Hello,
It's
hello,
the show.
hello, good evening. We are excited here that you have joined us on The Line, SkepTalk. My name is Adair. With me, the only Forrest in the entire world. Forrest.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There can be only one.
Yeah, that's exactly what the movie Highlander was about, deforestation.
Yeah. Nice. Very nice.
If this
Flip,
is your
dude.
first time here, welcome to the party. So this is SkepTalk. We got a couple of sciencey folks here taking questions about science, creationism, any other attempts to try to prove crazy things about, well, God, simulation, or anything else with sciencey words. We'll talk about it with you. You think you can show the Earth is 6,000 years old because of pig teeth? Not saying that creationists go for that, but creationists go for that.
They do. They always do.
Yeah. If you got those sorts of things, if you think you can challenge us, if you think you can show that whales never evolved or that we were created 8 minutes ago, call in, give us your best. We'll see what we can say about it. How have you been, Forrest?
I've been busy but happy, my friend. Busy but happy. We're going into final season. So I'm finishing up this degree. I'm thinking about going back for round 7 in the fall, just because why not? I'm just stoked to death for the summer as well. We've got doing trips in Borneo. There's still, I think, a couple of days to sign up for the second trip to Borneo. I just spoke in Kansas City yesterday, and now I'm going to be in Canada in a couple of weeks doing stuff there. Check out valkailabs.com to see my whole touring schedule right now. Life is coming at me fast. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I've got, my dad always used to say I'm always burning the candle on 3 ends. And that's kind of how I am right now. Just busy, but very, very, very happy.
I'm feeling the same sort of way. I've got a few different things to balance, but I'm able to do day job, science stuff, and somehow find ways of sometimes trying to do that science thing to this whole thing people call the Bible. I actually got an article coming out where I literally get to do math with a Bible book. It's fun.
Bible math. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. And not the pseudoscience like numerology sort of thing. It's actual like proper like statistical methodology and things like that, and using that in a better way. So finally I get to have some fun with my actual training in physics. So hurrah.
That's fantastic. I'm really glad to hear it, man.
All right. Now, before we take our first calls, it's worth noting that The Line has a whole bunch of different shows. So Mondays is normally SkepTalk. Tomorrow night, we got Chewed Gum, and the host for there is Elisa Lube, and Eve Was Framed. Thursday, we got The Hang Up with Matt Dillahunty and Neil Bernstein, the 604 Atheist. Then, would it be Thursday? Yes, we got the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Arden and Josie, I'm sorry. Then you might have to wait a little bit longer to get some more content from us. But then on Sunday, we don't have just one, but two Sunday shows. The one in the afternoon is going to be with Matt Dillahunty and Eve Was Framed. And Sunday night, oh my goodness, it's you and me again, Forrest.
It's us.
If you like us tonight, you get more Sunday. And if you don't like us, not sorry.
No. Just stick around. Keep watching. Be sure to comment 30 times how much you hate us to drive that algorithm. We love it.
And if you really, really want to show how much you hate us, put some super chat money behind it.
Yes. Send in a $20 super chat to tell us that we suck, please. We would love that. We would hate that. That would be the worst. They would destroy us. It would be a terrible thing for our egos. So please don't do that, whatever you do. Also, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who screws up the days whenever I'm reading the schedule. I always feel insane because I'm like, that's Thursday is something, I don't know, it's just there's shows, y'all, there's shows. Like
it's one of the small advantages. I've been trying to learn Chinese for a while, and they have a really easy way of saying Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, etc. So Monday is Xingxi, literally day of the week 1. Then you got day of the week 2, day of the week 3. So it's like, all right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Do they use R or Lian for 2 in that sequence?
are in that case.
Okay, cool. Because that's what threw
Yeah.
me off when I was starting on Chinese. It was like I did not understand the rules on when I use the different number two sometimes. Like I didn't get that, and I still
Yeah.
don't.
I still
I don't
don't
know.
either. I have just learned it's a 50-50 chance, and I'm wrong 100% of the time. So the only thing you can do is memorize every situation.
Yep, that's about right. That's about right. If it's no
like,
worse
here's
in
the rule.
English.
Here's the exception. Oh yeah, well, especially with spelling. What's the rule? I before E except after C. There are more exceptions to that rule in English than follow it. So guess what? Fuck
Yep.
you, spelling teachers.
Yeah, just it doesn't make any freaking sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, though to be fair,
world.
the best thing about that is if you look at the spellings of words, you can actually watch the evolution of a language. So the reason we got a bunch of really weird spellings in English is just that when certain spellings were cemented by printing. So a lot of what you're seeing is, oh, we're having a spelling of a word as it was pronounced in England maybe 500 years ago, maybe 300 years ago. It depends on which word.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, it's an evolutionary history because of spelling, that if you pull back and do the digging that way. So I'm not saying words are as good as fossils, but they're at least a lot easier to find in the library.
That is like a huge part of linguistics, is like looking at this and it's like, why the hell is there an H in herbs? Oh, you can actually see why when we look at someone in the UK saying herb, and we can see this history of like, why is there a K on knife? It might have actually been pronounced knife at one point. Maybe that's actually a thing.
Yeah.
And like, just it's weird. All these little inconsistencies that we have today that actually tell a little bit of history, like vestigial structures. It's just so dope.
Oh yeah.
So dope.
Oh yeah. But what is not vestigial to the show is our callers, and that's what we call a transition.
Hey.
So how about we take our first caller for the evening?
Sure, yeah, it sounds good.
Now, again, this is a show, we are science focused, but we tried to prioritize calls from theists, and we got at least one theist calling in right now. So I'm going to bring in James, pronouns he, him, from Florida, and wants to bring up his best case for God. It has many steps. Well, we'll start with step one. James, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Coming in fine.
Hello?
Hello.
All right, great. Hi.
What do you got, James?
So yeah, I wanted to argue that, the best case for God is sort of a cumulative case rather than any one argument. I don't think there's any one argument that sort of establishes what most people would take to be God. I assume you agree.
Well, since I don't think any of them are convincing, then obviously that. But how about we start then? Even if you don't think it's necessarily like a definitive argument, let's start with the one that you think is the strongest. Because if we think your strongest argument isn't great, then we know it's downhill. So let's start strong.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to give the whole case here, just like a couple arguments maybe.
Sure.
All right.
So I guess I would start with an argument that there has to be a necessary being. I mean, that's kind of depending on who I'm talking to, that might be easy or hard to establish. So would you agree that something must exist necessarily?
No.
I wouldn't even know how to argue that other than saying it's a brute fact. And that's not a great way to start an argument from God, with basically assume God exists.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly you're meaning by there must be a necessary being. I'm assuming that that's kind of like a Kalam cosmological argument type of situation of like everything has every effect has a cause, and there must be this one cause. There must be something that is non-contingent. There must be something that is unchanging. There must be something that comes before everything, like that kind of. It sounds like that's kind of where you're coming from, is that type of thinking. And no, I 110% don't think that's necessary. Or that there can be a logical case made for that, given the conditions of like what we know about the universe.
Yeah, so to be clear, when I say being, it doesn't have to be personal or conscious, just like anything that's like a necessary foundation. You don't even think that's plausible?
Like even if I were to take that to like something that I can agree exists, like the universe is all that exists. As far as I know, the cosmos is all that ever was, all that ever will be, everything in existence is wrapped up under the blanket term of the cosmos. I don't know that it has to be there. I know that it is, but I don't know that it has to be. That's kind of the condition that we find ourselves in. So no, I don't know how. I would just, to parrot what Aaron said, I don't know how to like even defend what you're saying, let alone like surely define it.
In fact, I'm willing to take
Right.
the premise, but then realize it actually leads to an explosion. If we're saying something must exist, why only one thing? Why not two things, 10 things? And then you realize, oh,
Right.
if we're just going to allow possibility to run things, well, then all possible things exist, in which case our existence becomes triviously obvious. No God required.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I guess I'm making the distinction between something that's both necessary and fundamental. But just to get clear, like, so you think that, so you're just saying the safest assumption is that everything that exists is contingent. It might not have existed, or you're saying we just can't know either way.
I'm saying I don't know either way. I don't know like what caused the universe, if anything caused the universe, if that question even makes sense, because I'm not a physicist, but my understanding of the Big Bang as we understand it right now is that it is the beginning of our concept of space and time. And so you're, to even wonder what was before that or what is underneath that or what is contingent upon or any of those things is asking me what's going on in a time that isn't in a place that's outside of everywhere. And I don't know what those things mean. So like, as far as I can tell, the universe is all that is. And I don't know whether or not that's contingent on anything or even how to ask such a question in a meaningful way. And I don't think that it's reasonable or necessary to put assumptions on that and say, well, there's got to be something that is this fundamental necessity. Why? Have you demonstrated that a universe can't exist without that? What other universes are you comparing this one to come to that conclusion? Like I don't have a reason to follow in line with that kind of thinking. It just doesn't really make any sense to me.
Right. And I like to argue like fairly modestly, so I don't think I can absolutely demonstrate something either way. I just kind of go based on what seems most likely or plausible to me. And to me, my intuition is very much that like something would be foundational, like whether it's the laws of physics, like some people think it's a quantum vacuum, something like that. Otherwise, I feel like you have to say like the universe and everything at some point just spontaneously came to be from nothing, or it's always been, but it could stop existing at any moment.
Or you could just say
Like,
you don't know. Why can't you just say I don't know?
But, okay, but if you're forced to like choose something that makes
Why are we forced?
some kind of explanation.
Who's forcing you? Who's forcing you to choose something? I don't know where the universe came from. I don't even know if that question makes sense. I'm not happy about that. I hope to know someday, but I'm not a physicist. That's not my area of expertise. I would like to know, but I probably won't anytime soon. And I'm not just going to put like my logic and my, preferred circumstances onto the beginning of reality in order to try to make it make sense to me personally. Like that's not how thinking works. I'm just going to say, I don't know. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with just saying that you don't know a thing and hoping that you know something later?
Well, there's lots of things I could say to that. I think it's like whether God exists is fairly important to a lot of people. And so
Sure.
But you're trying to establish that there even is a God. And if your entire motivation for having to choose God exists is because God is important, you basically already imported the existence of God into your premises and the way you're making your calculations. And of course, if we're going to deposit gods, well, the infinity of options we have there, we could also include the God that very much will send you to hell if you dare believe in him. So you better not believe God exists because you will be tortured for such a belief. Once you allow just sheer possibility to run you, you will run yourself into every single intellectual wall.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think we just have very different intuitions about that, but I'm probably not going to make much more progress on this line of
Do
reasoning.
you
Well, I
want to
don't think this
try
is
a
actually so
different?
much an issue of intuition. To me, this is sounding like you are trying to get to a conclusion. I'm saying, hey, I don't even know how to assess this question or how to actually make it more probable. You're just saying intuitively we have to choose, which isn't even honestly a it's really a non sequitur. I have an intuition, I must choose. I don't even see that connection there. It really just seems like you just really need this to be true because it's really important to you.
Yes, that's the
But
thing
what
is
do you
I
like?
feel like you're coming at this from a point of necessity, and I think we're coming at this point of honesty. And like, if you think there's a fundamental difference there, I'm willing to hear another argument you have. If you think that, yeah, I appreciate what you said that you don't think there's one silver bullet to prove the existence of a god. Do you have a different thing that you think is better, or do you want to respond to what Aaron said just a second ago, or like where do you want to go with this? Because I don't want you thinking that we just shut you down and wouldn't listen.
Yeah, we can move on to another argument pretty soon. I guess I would just say one last thing, like, um, I don't know, like, don't you think, like, you're both scientists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So doesn't some part of you kind of want, like, you want to understand the universe, right? Like, you want sort of a comprehensive understanding of reality. You want to know as much as you can possibly know, right?
Not bad enough to make up bullshit about it and pretend like I know it.
Yeah, I don't want to make up bullshit, but I think we can theorize about what's most parsimonious, what's more intelligible, and it's always better to have some explanation for something if it's available as opposed to just throwing your hands in the air and saying, I don't know.
I
Honestly, as a
strongly
scientist,
disagree.
I say, yeah, as a scientist, I say I don't know multiple times a day. And I'm not only okay with that, it actually tells me, hey, here are the things I can potentially explore because I don't know the answer. If I just
Right.
fill in all the I don't knows with the thing that I just think the most likely at this moment, I've really killed the opportunity for progress. Knowing where the unknowns are is how we focus where we search.
That's very true. Like that's the thing. I don't think just an explanation is better than no explanation. I think a good explanation, something that's backed by an actual a little bit of evidence and some reason, that is better than no explanation. And if you're gonna have something that is just an idea, okay, well then you should at least call it a hypothesis, not a theory, and and not an explanation, and just say this is one potential way that this could have happened, and you better have better logic behind it and better reasoning behind it and better evidence behind it than just saying, well, I mean, fuck, dude, somebody had to make this place. Like it must have been this guy, like that. That's just not good enough for me. I'm more confident and more comfortable admitting my ignorance about something than I am making up some sort of like logical necessity trap that puts me in this position of assuming that there may be some creature that did something in a place that I can't comprehend, in ways that I can't comprehend. Like that's just so much more baggage and so much more problem for me than to just say, I don't know a thing. And again, that doesn't mean I have to like it, but it is more honest by a lot.
Okay. I guess my next argument would be an argument from consciousness.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm assuming you would both say you're like materialist, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable estimate.
All right. All right. So, do you not see that there's I don't know if you're familiar with like the arguments of David Chalmers and panpsychists and people like this, but they propose that there's this problem with the concept of emergence in consciousness. Like we can't really explain how consciousness could emerge from like unconscious physical processes. Would you agree that's a
I'm
problem?
oh,
Like the hard
I'm
problem?
aware of the
No.
basics of the arguments, but honestly, I look at the arguments and it's basically just I don't know how it could be that consciousness comes from immaterial stuff, so therefore it can't. I'm really oversimplifying these arguments, and I'm sure if David Chalmers were calling in, he could hand me my keister in terms of arguing this, because he's been thinking about this as long as I've been alive. So I'm going to try to give, credit where credit is due. But I look at the arguments, and it just really seems a whole lot of, it just doesn't seem like it could be, therefore it isn't, it's not parsimonious enough. And I've yet to see a non-materialist explanation do anything to advance our explorations of the brain and consciousness and the relationship between the two. I see materialism over and over again actually saying, hey, do this to the brain, it's going to affect consciousness. And then the non-material saying, you're just looking at correlations. It just happens that with your correlations, you can explain a whole lot of data, and we just come along and say, oh yeah. With obviously more verbose ways of announcing that, but in many ways, it just comes across to me as, oh yeah, as the
that's
comeback. Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at with
James,
this.
I don't know if you're going to go the... I was going to wonder if you were going to go like the route, say, like philosophical zombies, or qualia and the Mary's room knowledge
qualia
arguments there. Yeah. Again, I'm going to note that not even other philosophers are necessarily persuaded by this. So I really suspect a 5-minute phone call on the internet with a couple of non-philosophers is going to resolve this tension that professionals have been arguing about, again, longer than I have been alive.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I have with it, James, is just that, like, I don't know isn't evidence for magic. Like, that's even if, like, I can say that we have. I will agree with you. We don't know how brains go about making this emergent thing called consciousness, but I can say we're pretty damn confident that they do. And just because we don't know how something happens does not mean that we need to inject magical thinking in order to fill in the gaps. That's just not like a safe way to behave. We looked at the tides thousands of years ago, and we saw that the tides came in and the tides came out, and we didn't know how that happened. And so we invented gods to do it. Poseidon controlled this motion of the water. Now we know it's not just an emergent property of the water, it's everything from the shape of water molecules. So you need those specific atoms to be together, and then Vesper theory comes in, and that explains the way that they're bent, and then that explains their polarity and the way that those molecules behave and stick to each other, and that explains the cohesion of water, making it all stick to itself and flow in the way that it does. And then also there's gravity, and now we understand the moon, and we have like orbital dynamics that explains how the moon's moving around the earth, and that plus our understanding of gravity tells us how we get this kind of football-shaped ocean that follows the moon, and that's actually why this tide is rising and falling, because you're just going to different places in this gravity. Like, all of these different parts of science, from chemistry to physics to astronomy, all these different things had to come together to properly explain the tide, because it is an emergent property of all of these different things. And suddenly Poseidon has vanished. And so here you are saying, well, we don't know how the brain makes consciousness. We know it fucking does. And we know a hell of a lot more about it right now than we did 10 years ago. And we know way more about it than we did 50 years ago. And we know infinitely more about it than we did back at the earliest time we were talking about Phineas Gage first showing us that, different parts of the brain have something to do with consciousness at all, and your personality and things like that. The very earliest stuff, your mind would explode if you knew what we knew at this point compared to then. And you're just sitting here saying, but maybe it's Poseidon though. But maybe there's some guy. And it's like, you just turned this god into this ever-receding pocket of ignorance that gets smaller and smaller and smaller with each new discovery. And what always happens with creationists is that it's this thing can't be explained, therefore it's God, until we explain it. And then, well, that's so incredibly complex, so it must be God. That's how it is all the time. So I'm not compelled by this kind of thinking even a little bit. I'm willing to just say I don't know a thing, without having to invent some monster that pulls the levers for me.
And honestly, if we're going to go this route, it's a really weird thing to explain consciousness by saying, well, consciousness exists because something is fundamentally conscious. It's like, okay, water is wet because wetness is fundamental. It feels like we're not explaining it. We're just basically putting a label on the thing that we failed to explain. And
You
I
very
really just
quickly,
feel like it's so lazy, ultimately.
it gets into that like I think it was it Plato or Aristotle that had like the world of forms, where it's like there is this perfect idea of a
Plato.
chair that it was Plato, yeah, Plato's forms. It's like there's this perfect concept of consciousness and this perfect concept of chairs and wetness and cheeses and that exists in this higher plane of reality. Yeah, it's just not. I don't know, man. It's not how science works. It may be how philosophy works, but that's why I'm not a philosopher.
All right. Well, those are kind of my two main arguments. So
Do
yeah,
you
I
do
think we
you
just
feel compelled by what we said at all, or do you think that we missed something?
um no, like yeah, I just feel like again, to me, it comes down to I prefer to have something that at least sounds like an explanation, and to me, like I think consciousness, um, it's not really analogous to all these other things that have been explained throughout history. Like I don't like I don't even see conceptually how you get like things like color and sound and uh, qualia, things like that from just physics. It doesn't seem like that's something we're ever going to be able to
You get
explain.
color because of the wavelength of electromagnetic radiation. You get sound from the frequency of vibration of a mechanical pressure wave, and you get qualia from smelling your own farts. That I don't know what else to tell you. These are
It's
things
also
that
worth
can be
noting
Those
that
are
explained,
when
and if they
we
can't,
talk,
then
I'm going to also say that I think, okay, so maybe this is going to be the controversial thing. Um, I don't think consciousness exists as this singular unitary thing that we have. I think careful examination of what consciousness is, you realize it's actually multifaceted and very partial, and a lot of it is just processed in a whole bunch of little bits that go by quickly enough that your general sense of it can't notice the bumps and grooves of that consciousness in the same sort of way you can't like I have a table in front of me and I can't feel the individual atoms because I just can't sense that closely enough. And I think a lot of that is happening in the brain is trying to notice what it's doing and it can't do it high enough resolution and fast enough to notice, oh, this module is doing this thing and sending me this weird signal. Just in terms of recognizing things, humans are extremely good at recognizing shapes that look like faces, and we will register there's a face in front of us before we even recognize whose faces it is. And we can actually see that it's a multi-stage process. And also they can go off the tracks where I keep thinking I see faces every time I look at an electrical socket. Um, that's the sorts of things our brains do. And we can actually see, oh, it's because of these modules in the brain and the wiring and the length of the wires, basically, effectively going from section to section. So you can see that there's a processing time going on. This is something that brain scientists have been studying for an extremely long time. So to say that you can't understand how we get qualia and things out of this, my thought is, have you explored the brain science? I'm not saying that they've completely figured things out, but they've actually been trying and they've been doing a huge amount of research, and it's not a bunch of fluff.
All right. Yeah, I still, I'm not really convinced by
that was a question
what
he
you
just
said.
asked you.
Oh, sorry. What was the question?
Have you actually looked into brain science? Have you read even the popular books, let alone the professional literature on brain science, neurology, and the like?
No, I've mostly just been studying philosophy of mind. But again, I don't see any
Are you
physical
familiar with
or
Patricia
empirical data.
Churchland?
Yeah, vaguely.
She is a philosopher and neuroscientist. You can do both. In fact, to do this well, you need to know the science. I would have to read carefully to see to what extent David Chalmers addresses the science of brains. But you know what? if he is going to be a half-decent philosopher and talk about consciousness and its relationship to the brain, he's going to talk about what we know about brain science. So at the very least, I think if you're going to just go by intuition and ignore the entirety of a field that has been exploring the brain and its effects on our consciousness for roughly 2 centuries, it's like saying you're going to argue against biologists but not have read anything since 1800. It's just kooky to think that your intuition will be better than deliberate exploration by thousands of experts for centuries.
All right. Well, maybe I'll. I mean, I have heard of like eliminative materialism, and I don't find it convincing at all. But I'll look more into the science. But that's pretty much all I had.
Can I ask, like, I asked you a second ago, like, is anything that we have said compelling to you? And we kind of moved on to like, just you were saying, well, you don't think we were just agreeing to disagree, kind of like I want to know, like, you've presented us now with 2 things that you said were like the most compelling things to you, and Aaron and I don't think we just dismissed them out of hand just to be assholes. I think we had good reason to. Does that stick with you at all? Like, does anything we said jump out to you as like, maybe we got something wrong? Do you have a reason to think about anything that we've said? Do you feel like maybe there's something that you now need to go back and research? Like, did you get anything out of this conversation is what I want to know.
Well, I just feel like we have very different epistemological approaches. Like again, it just comes down to I prefer. I mean, of course, I want to be open to changing my mind. If I came across really convincing evidence that like you could explain everything about my consciousness just based on physical, neurological properties, then I would accept it. I just don't see that.
What
I don't
but
see
you
how that
keep
even
saying,
could be.
but you keep saying I just prefer it, and I want to know, like, what's more important, preference or evidence? Because for me, it's evidence.
And well, okay, so I'm saying I prefer something that seems more likely, something that is, and it seems more likely to me that consciousness is fundamental, given that none of the like. I just
But
don't
here's the
even
thing,
see the
James, you've not
possibility.
actually shown any evidence that this is fundamental. You're just saying, intuitively to me, it's that way, which
Right.
isn't evidence at all. And believe me, my intuition changes depending on how much coffee I have. Different people will have very different intuitions about what seems plausible or implausible. That's one of the things that made it science actually drift away from pure sitting in your chair philosophy. In science, we're saying, hey, we clearly have different intuitions. Let's go test it out and see which one's actually right. Hey, do heavier things fall faster than lighter objects? Let's actually go see. Are there confounding factors? Can we control for them and things like that? We could just still keep sitting here and arguing about, well, how many teeth does the ideal donkey have in its mouth? Or we realize, hey, how about we actually go open the mouth of that ass over there and find out how many teeth it actually has, rather than just thinking about it. And when philosophy does things well, it does go and check things out. There's even branches of what are called like experimental philosophy or experimental ethics, and actually, go and check out those sorts of premises. And fundamentally, the best metaphysics out there starts from the physics we know, rather than just saying, well, this is what's intuitive to me, therefore Einstein must be wrong. And that's what the worst philosophers do. Those are the pseudo intellectuals that should be ignored, because they have decided them sitting in their chair can know things better than those who actually put in the work to find out what is actually the case.
All right. Well, maybe I'll go look into some of that that stuff, but that's pretty much all I had for now. So I kind of have to get going.
We're okay. Well, I hope you learned a thing, and I hope you call us back sometime if you have more to say.
And with this sort of stuff, James, there's tons to explore. So this is not something you're going to explore over a weekend.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Take care, James.
Oh, yeah. Good night.
And if we learned nothing, from this lesson, I think what Dr. Aaron Adair just said there at the end is really most poignant. If you want to do science, always open your ass to check for teeth. That's really the key.
Also, don't do. And also, there will be things you don't know, and it's better to accept that you don't. An anecdote popped into my head, Forrest, when you were talking about the tides. According to legend, Aristotle was sitting by the coast watching the tides coming in and was just, racking his brain about how it worked, and apparently became so frustrated with his inability to explain the tides, he just jumped in and committed suicide. So that's the anecdote. My suggestion is sometimes it's okay not to know. And it's not like I'm going to say, well, Aristotle would be with us today if he did that, but he would have at least been around a bit longer and may have written some clearer notes about his thinking. Because I've tried reading Aristotle, and a lot of the times I can tell it's like a lot of actually what we have of Aristotle isn't his own writing, but like literally class notes from his students.
Yeah.
So it has that feel of, okay, this guy just blabbed for a few hours, and what order are we supposed to put this in?
It does suck because Aristotle, like all the people from that time, like had some great shit that like was really fundamental and helpful and all this stuff, but also was very much a product of his time and didn't understand how shaped by his own heuristics he was. So like when he talked about humans, was it he that said that humans are a featherless biped, and then Diogenes was brought in a plucked chicken and was like, behold a man. And he also, I know for sure it was Aristotle who said that like men are the natural form of humanity, and women are this aberration, this mutation of and he called them a necessary aberration. Just this deviation from the point of what humans are supposed to be. And it's like, you very clearly have your own cultural mentality here that you are proclaiming as science. And then sometimes some science. It's like, it's so frustrating.
Some things not so great on. Like he came up, I think, one of the oldest philosophical defenses of slavery, that some people are by nature masters and some nature slaves. And I, by my nature, go fuck yourself.
Exactly.
On the other hand, Aristotle also did, some of the best animal anatomy work of that time, in part because he had one of his students go out and bring a bunch of animals to him, his student being Alexander the Great.
Yep.
So it's like, hey, can you get one of those elephants?
Exactly. Yeah, go find one for me. I want to poke at it with a stick. It's the same thing like Socrates. It's like, hey, here's this really, really cool method for like really probing into like, understanding what we know about how we know, and like really just understanding the concept of epistemology. Also, we should lie to everyone to make them stay in their place and have a highly socialized, stratified society so that the masters are always the masters. Like, what the fuck? Oh, man.
To be fair, that is Plato using Socrates as the character to express, hey, it's okay to lie to people. At least the noble lie is put in Socrates' mouth by Plato. And how much of that goes to the historical Socrates, I have no idea.
I don't even know if there was a historical Socrates. I thought that was still up in the air. If the whole thing was Plato's invention.
No, that's extremely unlikely, considering we have multiple contemporary sources. We don't just have Plato. We also have another one of his students, Xenophon, wrote extensively about Socrates and was one of his teachers. We have Aristophanes wrote a play that made Socrates one of the characters, and we have from later anecdotes, Socrates was in the audience to see that play and see him being made fun of on stage.
That's excellent. I'll look at it. Yeah, last I heard, he was still debated as to whether or not it existed. So I'm checking that out. That sounds cool. I don't want to say the wrong shit anymore.
If from what I understand, it's extremely strong consensus amongst the scholars that would say, there was definitely a Socrates. And let's just say this much. When I was at Michigan State, took a class on Plato, my teacher expressed the existence of that hypothesis out there and just was, no, we have all this stuff about him, of people who directly interacted with him. It's not
awesome.
something. Now, to be fair, I'm also the weirdo. I'm with like John Gleason and, doubt Jesus' existence, but also I'm willing to
Right.
say, the probability isn't so strong one way or the other, but also the evidence for Jesus is way weaker than it is for Socrates. If instead of having forged letters by a person who said he had a vision of Jesus, if that was the evidence we had for Socrates, okay, that's another story. But that's not
great.
quite the same sort of evidence.
Well, I'm absolutely checking that out. That sounds cool as fuck.
All right.
Lines are
Now, how about we check out one of our
three
next
theists.
callers?
No, two.
Two theists.
I'm into it.
They're the most recent call-ins. We have to list Lynn and one of the atheists who've been waiting the longest right now, I think.
You can do whatever you're in charge. I'm just here.
Oh, now we're in trouble. Okay. How about we bring in Maureen? Pronouns she, her, from Canada. Wants to talk about technology accelerating evolutionary change. So, Maureen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Loud and clear.
Okay. I had a couple of questions, but the first one was about evolution. And I wondered if you thought our technologies, the fast pace of our technologies today, may have some way changed, like how evolution would have happened naturally, I guess. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
I get where you're coming from. Yeah. So technology absolutely influences evolution, and it has, for us at least, for the past minimum 2.6 million years. So the thing that defines the genus Homo is that we started making tools. So even Homo habilis, the very first member of our species, we actually don't have fossils that go back as far as we know they existed because we have the tools that only they made. And so that's where we're drawing the distinction line for them. And what happened repeatedly over the past couple of million years is that these guys would, take a rock and crack it against another rock and they have sharp rock. And then they can use sharp rock to crack open bones and get access to bone marrow. They can deflesh a bone and get all this meat off that they normally didn't have access to. They can kill something and hunt it way better because they have a sharp, pointy thing that's better than a stick. And so what happened is that they would make this technology. These sharpened rocks are technology. That's any human-made artificial thing. That is the definition of techno, means human-made. So they would make this technology, and then that would give them access to better resources. And those better resources would then provide selection pressure that the ones that were smart enough and ingenuitive enough to make this stuff were then having this adaptive advantage, this reproductive advantage. They were getting smarter over time. So we would make technology, get better resources, evolve better brains, make better technology, get better resources, evolve better brains, make better technology, evolve better resources, evolve better brains. And this went on and on for quite a while. And so there's this concept in bioanthropology to say that we are cyborgs by nature. A cyborg is somebody who has, a technological components woven into them. There is at least some some evidence that there's even a genetic component to being able to make better and better tools. And so we, as cyborgs, evolved with the technology. We made these tools, and the tools made us in return. And so now when we look at modern day, it's the same thing. We have technology that is not only giving us better food, but there is no longer an adaptive advantage to having the best farm. So that's not really a thing anymore. But there are fitness advantages to, say, if you have the ability to get a cesarean section, well, now you don't have to have the same limiting factor of the size of your cervix and your pelvis in terms of, how big of a baby you can give birth to. If you have access to adequate nutrition throughout your life, you can grow taller and stronger and all these things. And so humans are getting taller and bigger, and our heads are getting larger, especially. And these are some evolutionary trends that we can track, and those are definitely related directly to our technology. And that's fundamentally it is a different story, and it is for different reasons, but really at its most fundamental, I don't think it's that much different than the story of human evolution over the past 2.5 million years. We make these amazing tools, we make these amazing technologies, and those technologies make us in return. They make us who we are. They allow us to evolve the way we do. I don't think that it's reasonable to say that it's accelerating evolution, because in order for that to happen, you would need to change our rate of reproduction. But it is definitely altering the trajectory of evolution in a cool way.
That makes sense. Do
Yeah.
you think it could be the technology today could be harmful in a way? Because I mean, nowadays you can just sit at home and do absolutely nothing and get everything brought to you, and
Right.
I don't see that as being any good for, you know, your body anyway. You know, you can get just
So
lazy.
yeah, so it's important to remember that, like, that when we talk about adaptation, when we talk about, evolving into an environment, as you gain fitness in one environment, you necessarily lose fitness in every other environment. And so, or at least in some other environments, I should say, not every other, but like some other environments. So like the absolute best boa constrictor that has all the best boa constrictor genes and evolves to be the best boa constrictor is now fucking lost in Antarctica or the bottom of the ocean. They're not doing a good job there, right? They have lost fitness in those places. And so it's important not to think about, the trajectory of evolution in any way as good or bad necessarily. It's just, are we better fitted into the environment that we've made? And one thing that's really crucial when we talk about human evolution is this concept called niche construction theory. So, like, say, for example, a beaver, right? A beaver it chews down a bunch of trees and it blocks up this river. And now you have a lake that's forming in front of the dam. And on the other side of the dam, you now have less water. And so plants and animals die and are born. Gesundheit. Plants and animals are born and die as a result of this beaver's existence. The ecosystem changes for miles in both directions because of this beaver's existence. The geology of the landscape changes. This beaver has now changed everything around it. This is what we call the extended phenotype of the beaver. And humans are the same way. We go out and we hunt things, and we don't just live as apes on the ground. We also build shit, and we pave things, and we build towers, and we take these rocks and break them to make better rocks that we can then use to cut stuff and to build things. And like, we are changing the world around us, and that extended phenotype is affecting the world around us. And more importantly, it is changing the niche into which we are evolving. For the past, especially, I want to say 10 to 50,000 years, especially, humans have been evolving into the niche of living in a city, in a society, of farming, of having houses. This is the niche that we have now. And those of us who are more wild, so to speak, those of us who would be better suited for tree life, aren't really very well suited for house life or living in a concrete box and pushing buttons on a keyboard and all these things. And so we are constructing this niche into which we are now also evolving. So yeah, sitting on our asses and being lazy, that's physiologically bad for us, and we should work on that. But the other side of that, that's really fucking swell, is, cars and vaccines and robots and helicopters and air conditioning and all sorts of other things that are so unbelievably good and so unbelievably woven into our society at this point that it's difficult to even imagine life without them. Like, we don't even have a concept of how horrible things are without the medicine that we take for granted now. You know what I mean? So yeah, we definitely are changing the niche that we are evolving into. And that's not necessarily like a bad thing. It just means that we now also need to make sure that we are maintaining our physical health in I hate to use the word natural in this case, in a more biologically suited way. Get up on that treadmill and then also enjoy the air conditioning when you're done, is what I'm saying.
That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
To throw another anecdote of this as well, because it kind of fits back to something else Forrest and I were talking about with Plato and Socrates. According to one of the dialogues of Plato, Socrates had a problem with a particular technology that he thought was going to cause people to become stupid. The technology was writing.
Yep.
There was literally Plato writing in his dialogue, complaining about writing. So first off, let's get the irony out of the way. But the argument was, if you are dependent on writing rather than having things in your head, that is going to basically make you, less capable, kind of dumber. You're just not going to have that knowledge. You have to always go and searching for it. But I think the last 25 centuries have proven Plato to be wrong, because now by offshoring our knowledge into written form and into gigantic quantities of data that we can store digitally now, it's the only way possible to have our world exist. If the sum of all human knowledge was just the stuff that we happen to have remembered and what we can transmit to our offspring by storytelling, do you think we would have built the Saturn V rocket and gone to the moon? I doubt it.
Yeah. I guess Plato proves that just because you're brilliant in one thing doesn't mean you can be wrong in something else. So
He did that a lot.
Yep.
anyway, I have one other question. This is a little bit maybe more for Aaron.
Yeah.
And I think I recently heard you talking about the flat earthers' final experiment that they did in December. And I just wanted, I really didn't understand what it was they were trying to prove. And could you explain that to me?
Okay. So, this is something I had no, direct involvement. I've been just basically one of the audience people sitting in the back and watching everyone else, do the stuff on the internet. I just sit here, eat popcorn, watching the flat earthers, do a tailspin. So the basic thing is this. The map that flat earthers tend to use the most basically has the earth pizza shaped. At the center of the earth is the North Pole, and the Antarctica is basically an ice wall going around the entire edge of the pizza earth. And one of the realizations from this model is that while it can allow in the north having periods of time where the sun is always in the sky for 24 hours, it doesn't allow it to be possible for you to be at the South Pole or at Antarctica and have the sun basically circle you overhead. That there's no way that you can have what they keep calling the 24-hour sun. And during the summer in Antarctica, during the summer in the southern hemisphere, the sun will be in the sky and not set for days and days and days, depending on where you are, potentially weeks, where the sun never sets. And that doesn't work on that flat Earth model because it requires basically the sun going around you in Antarctica, even though they don't think the sun makes that sort of motion. They usually have the sun closer to over the equator, maybe a little bit south or north of the equator, but never directly over and circling over the edge of the Earth. So they basically pointed out, and even the flat earthers were saying until they proposed the experiment, you cannot have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And so this pastor, I think in Colorado, basically said, hey, let's go look. If you guys are saying this can't be possible on a flat Earth, and the round Earth people agree that this is not possible on flat Earth, but it's totally expected on round Earth, it's a pretty straightforward experiment. It's impossible on one model. It makes perfect sense on the other. It's a crucial, it's a crux experiment. It's going to be super powerful. And what do? They got several round Earthers, or what we call educated people, and a few people who were denying that, got them basically on planes, got them down to Chile, and then going to a research base in Antarctica in December, and set up camp and basically watch the sun go around the sky, set up a bunch of cameras to, film the whole thing, get some other ones with filters to look at the sunspots, so that way they can compare the sunspots in the sun that they see, which people see elsewhere, and you can see that the sun is also rotated because the Earth is round, so you actually will rotate the sun based on your point of view, because you're basically upside down compared to people in the northern hemisphere if you're in the southern hemisphere, and so on. And it's just they just did a whole bunch of documentation, and the flat earthers who were there basically had to say, we see the sun, it's not setting. And at least one of them has now completely converted to basic science. And the others have done everything they can to either deny they went, that somehow it's all CGI, that somehow it was a giant sphere studio like they have in Las Vegas. They somehow had people go down to Antarctica and not realize they were put into a giant sound and light studio with a bunch of LEDs. They somehow didn't notice, or their drone didn't notice. It also flew up, I think, over 1 kilometer high and didn't hit the ceiling. It's been a whole bunch of nonsense to try to avoid such basic science, because the flat earthers basically need the conspiracy to be true, either because they're just straight up conspiracy theorists or because it's the only way to keep the money flowing. It's hard to tell at this point for some of these prominent flat Earth channels.
I did
I
love
know.
seeing like in that thing when they were like streaming, these flat earthers were streaming and they're showing around down there, and the conspiracy theorists that they have cultivated, their whole audience is conspiracy theory, their whole platform is conspiracy theory. And so the conspiracy theorists and their audience that they have trained to come up with bullshit excuses for obvious science were turning on them and saying like, no, you have a green screen. You just have a green screen showing it. And they're like having to show over and over like, no, guys, look, like I see this guy behind me. He's now streaming, and the other angle you can see that's not possible for that to be a green screen. No, guys, I promise. I'm really telling you the truth here. And everybody just immediately turned on them. And they're out there begging their audience to believe them the way they have believed them about bullshit for so long when they're telling them what they're seeing with their own eyes. It is absolutely crazy to see.
Or they even say
Yeah,
that the
you
people
know,
who went down there and said they saw the 24-hour sun, it's like, oh, you were a plant by the CIA 10 years ago. You've infiltrated flat Earth and you became prominent just so you could twist on us at the last minute.
I know. I didn't understand what it was they were trying to prove, but I was watching this guy who debunks these flat earthers, and the way that these people will go to try to deny reminds me exactly of theists when they come up with their Bible and they come up with creationism and all sorts of ways. They're almost like a religion. They're exactly the same. The way they will deny the truth. It's amazing. It's just it's ridiculous.
It's real fucking rough, dude. It's real fucking rough.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's just even more severe because at least when it comes to like the previous caller, a lot of our arguments were like philosophical, intuitional. Fighting intuitions is kind of hard to make heads or tails about which is the more correct. But when it comes to just look at the curvature, you can see that ships go over the horizon, and you have to come up with any excuse for why your lying eyes are there, or somehow the government is somehow creating fake suns. It's just like, this is a whole nother level than just religious thinking. This is active self-deception.
Yeah, I know, because I've watched some of it, and some of the things they say, I mean, even I can see how stupid they are. And I can't believe they just keep bringing this stuff up. And I think that's where I saw the correlation with how some theists, especially when they talk about the Bible being so real and everything in it was just real. They're just the same. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
There's
Anyway,
a fair bit of
rough,
overlap as well. Yeah.
Anyway,
it's also
thanks,
worth noting
guys.
that part of just one other quick thing, just because we had to connect it with the rest of our channel, is the fact that indeed a big chunk of flat earthers are also biblical literalists and say, hey, the Bible says the earth is flat, therefore the earth is flat, and the scientists have to be lying to us. NASA has to be Satan, and somehow they come up with some bad etymology that NASA somehow relates to the snake in the garden or other BS like that.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I've heard them. Okay,
I was once wearing a. I'm sorry. It's a stupid anecdote. One time in a video, I was wearing a NASA T-shirt, and some guy made a whole video about me about how NASA means liar in Hebrew, and that proves that I'm liar and working for Satan and stuff. And I showed that to my advisor at the time, who was an Israeli woman. Hebrew was her first language, and she said, "Yeah, my favorite thing in the world is when white Christians try to tell me what Hebrew means. There is no word NASA in this language that I can tell you, and like it certainly doesn't mean that." It's great, dude.
I know. Some of the most adamant flat earthers will call, I think they call them globalists, they will call people devil worshippers. And I'm going like, okay, now this you can see where they get this from. They just take their religion and just brought it into something else. It's hilarious. Anyway.
It is wild. Well, it is genuinely wild.
Thanks for taking my questions, guys. I really appreciate it. You explained things really well to me, and I've talked to you before, and you were actually quite a big help to me in my becoming an atheist. So
hell yeah.
I really enjoy all your hosts. You guys are always pretty truthful and upfront about everything. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Maureen. That's very, very cool of you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And welcome to the team.
Bye. Okay, thanks.
Welcome
Bye.
to the team. Bye-bye.
All right.
Always love taking her calls.
Mm-mm. Now, I also noticed that we have a couple of theist callers, and one of them is trying to say that science matches the Bible. So I get the feeling this is going to be a pretty good transition.
I saw that one. I was very excited. Yes, let's talk about it.
All right. So let us bring in Michael, pronouns he, him, from North Carolina. Theist wants to say the creation story in Genesis matches science. So, Michael, tell us about Genesis.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So the idea goes back to Big Bang and Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth, and how this correlates to Penrose's CCC and the evolution of the universe, in that it was intelligently designed. And it's from,
Okay, so I immediately have a lot of problems and questions with what you're saying.
all right, perfect. Let's go.
Sure. So like you said, Genesis 1:1, which just says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. The next part, like the Genesis 1:2, is the earth was without form and void, darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So according to Genesis here, water exists before light, because light doesn't happen until verse 3, and then also stars come after that. So in the order here is that the earth forms, but it doesn't have a shape yet, but there is water, and then there's light, and then there are the things that make light after that. So how, just starting with that, because we can go down the whole thing, starting with just that, how does that comport with the Big Bang model or our understanding of science or anything else like that? That water came before light, and that light came before stars, and all of this came before the earth was a sphere.
Yeah, so it says in the beginning, right? But it doesn't say
No,
in the beginning
that's
of
not what it says.
That's not what it says. That's not what it says at all.
It says in the beginning, right? But it doesn't say it's that God created the heavens and earth. That's a summary.
That's 1:1.
The story. That's the summary of the story that's about to be told, right?
Okay. So then if we ignore that and just look at the story, it says the earth is without form and there's water and the Spirit of God moves upon the water. So there's water before there's light, because then the next thing is, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And then God makes the day and the night before he makes the sun and the moon.
Right. So it says the earth was without form, right? Which,
yes.
If the earth, right. So if the earth hasn't been made yet, that would be the earth without form.
Sure. How was there water?
How can there be an earth
Like
if it's not formed yet?
Say again?
How can there be an earth, a formless earth, if the earth has not been created yet?
The universe hasn't been created yet. Like, let's say...
That's not what this says. The first thing that God creates is light. And before that light, there is water, which God's Spirit is moving over or above.
Right. All right. So what the earth hasn't been made yet, which makes it formless, right? There's still
that's not what that means, actually. Now, first off, we are actually. I have to point out we already have a mistranslation from the very first verse. So your standard translation, you will see, like in the King James Version, that says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The more correct way of looking at this, if you go back to the Hebrew, where it says, Bereshit bara Elohim, which has Bereshit in what's called the construct state, which is basically saying it's going to have a special grammatical relation with the next word that comes. And in this case, it's basically saying at the beginning of the creating or the separating done by God, in more idiomatic English, when God began to create the heavens and the earth. In other words, this is saying,
Right.
here's what the state of the things was when God began. And at the beginning of that state, the earth existed, but was messed up, and there was water. Where did the water come from?
Well, I would still say there's not an Earth yet. This is the Earth is still in the
Where
whole
did the
universe
water come from?
process of being
Where
created.
did the water come from?
The water? Yes. So the water is a reference to chaos from the Babylonian time.
Oh,
So in other words, this has nothing to do with science.
Okay.
This actually comes from
Yeah,
Babylonian mythology. So are you going to tell us that Marduk is actually the one true God? Because if we're saying the Bible is taking this from Babylonian creation myths, then let's look at the Enuma Elish and say that this is the one true faith.
Right. In a sense, I would agree with you. Yeah, that God is God is the evolution of these ideas, right? Like, yeah, and that is what Genesis 1:1 is saying, is that this is the retelling of it, which is here's our God, right, the true God, and here Elohim, and how he's now over chaos, the water, his spirit. It's the spirit of our God that's conquering this.
see, here's where
Now,
I'm
here's
at
the
with
thing.
it,
Also,
Michael. Is
that
that like,
water is not just. Yeah, here's the thing, though. When the Bible talks about water here, when it talks about the Tehom, that is talking about there, the deep later gets separated. The waters get separated so that there is waters above
Right.
the firmament and waters then below the earth, which basically makes the earth a giant dome with water above it, which does not correspond to reality, but it does correspond to other ancient Near Eastern cosmologies. Do we live in a dome world?
Yeah, no, we don't.
Well, that's what the Bible describes.
so is that part also a metaphor, or is it just wrong there?
That the splitting of the waters.
Yeah, which is verse 7.
No, it's not a metaphor.
So is
So
there
is the
literally
sky
a
water?
solid dome? Is there not only water above the dome, but the dome is actually made of metal? Because the term there of this vault or the firmament, the Hebrew there is rakia, which comes out from the word raka, which is to hammer out something like metal. Is there a giant metal dome in the sky holding up giant amounts of water above us?
Or anything even close to
No.
that? I mean, fuck, man. Like, if it has to be like a direct translation.
No.
Does this sound like anything that modern science agrees with? Yeah, so it doesn't sound like the science
What about-
that we know corresponds to what the Bible says so far.
What about this part here? Like God says just before that, he says, "Let there be light," and then that's verse 3. Then he, in verse 4, divides the light from the darkness, and in verse 5, he calls the light day and the darkness night. So he creates the day and the night, separating light from darkness in the verses 3 through 5. Then in verse 16, he makes the sun and the moon. So how did we have day and night cycle and light and darkness before that? And also, that's verse 16 that he makes the sun and the moon. Back in verse 11, he makes plants. So how did we have day and night cycles without and light and dark cycles without a sun and a moon? How did plants survive without a sun? And then why did the sun come after the formation of the earth? Those are three major inconsistencies that don't line up with modern science. The sun would have had to come first. The earth formed afterwards. Plants then came later.
Yeah. With the Genesis 1:7 dividing the waters.
That's the firmament. Are you still on the firmament? Because I was on a totally different thing. I just asked you about suns and plants and stuff.
Well, I was going back to answer the first question. I was still concentrating on the first
Okay.
question.
Let's stick on the firmament, but then I'm going to ask you about this again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It says, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters." So that's the land, right? And let it divide waters from the waters. That's the sea waters and fresh water, right?
No, that's not what that says at all.
It says,
It talks
divide-
about,
God said,
it
let there be
says
a
separate.
Yeah, he says separate waters from waters. He doesn't specify salt water or fresh water. He's just said, and also even if he did, that wouldn't make any sense in this case. He says, God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Let it divide the waters from the waters. That's verse 6. Verse 7, and God made the firmament which divided the waters which were under the firmament from those which were above the firmament. Again, that doesn't correspond to salt versus fresh water, which are often touching each other. That's where we get brackish systems. Then verse 8 says, God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. So heaven certainly doesn't exist in the ocean between waters. I would assume that nobody thinks that way. So this is talking about something in the sky separating the waters above from the waters below, which, as Aaron rightly pointed out, is in line with a lot of ancient cosmologies, which this book was stolen from.
Well, yeah, stolen. Yeah, yeah. I can get into this. I have all of these things here sorted out, and I can go back and
that's
get
why we're
into them.
asking you about them.
My idea was right. Well, my idea was more into just Genesis 1:1 to 1:3, and Genesis 2:4 with the two creations.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, those are totally different creation stories. Genesis 1 and Genesis
That
2
isn't
are
really going to help
different
your
creation
case
stories.
if you're going to say the Bible has like the true creation count, but it contradicts itself within 2 chapters.
And that's the thing. If you're saying, okay,
Yeah.
only Genesis 1
Well,
through
that's what-
4,
yeah.
Genesis 1 through 1
Right.
4 is God. It says God created the heaven and the earth, which you say is a summary, despite the fact that the next word is and, the same way that it is throughout the rest of it, where it says and as this is a procedural thing. But like, assuming we can set aside 1:1 as just a summary, God makes the earth,
Yep.
but there's water there first. Then God makes light. That's the entirety of that section. Then Genesis 2 up to 4. What are you saying?
Just 2:4. Yeah. So it says the earth was without form and void. Right.
Yes.
So it tells you that there's a void that's there, right? There is stuff that can become form, right? Which is matter, right? So there's matter.
I would
there.
not describe matter as void.
No, you would describe it as earth if you were, a Babylonian 2,000 years ago.
So when it says the earth is formless and void, you think that it's not describing the earth with 2 adjectives. You're saying that it's saying the earth is formless, semicolon, and also there is this other stuff called void as well.
Yes, the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void.
The earth is without form, and also there is something else called void. That's what you're saying.
And the void is the heaven, right? There's nothing there.
Okay.
It's telling you that there was nothing there. But the court.
So
it can't be the heavens because the heavens haven't been created yet, according to the story. The heavens, or the Shemayim, aren't created until several verses later, which you've decided to ignore for the purposes of your argument. Now, also, you are going in and looking at the word void to actually mean like emptiness, as if it's like a vacuum. Now, first off, the very concept of vacuum like that, as we understand in modern science, did not exist then. And I am just quickly looking through what sources I have to see where else this word is used. So the terms here, tohu and bohu, so the same terminology we actually seen shown and used later on in Jeremiah, where he's describing the situation going on in his own time. And I think we can bet during the time of Jeremiah, who is a prophet pretty much at the end of the Judean monarchy, at the beginning of the Babylonian exile, the universe wasn't, or the earth wasn't a giant void, but he uses the same terminology. In other words, it was pretty darn shitty. It wasn't like well organized. That is not the same thing as what scientists talk about with void space and vacuum energy or anything else that you might be trying to get at there. You are importing as much as you can into these verses, and they cannot be sustained in a rigorous sort of way. And all the more so if you have to ignore 90% of Genesis 1 to force 2 or 3 verses of Genesis to kind of sort of fit by really squinting hard. And also ignoring a lot of the other grammar points that I brought up earlier. That, for example, it's actually a bit of a mistranslation that the heavens and the earth were created in verse 1. That's actually not what the literal Hebrew says. So I think your argument is kind of ignoring as much as it can, and what it does look at, it has wrong.
Right. So you're saying that the Hebrew version of "in the beginning God created the heavens and earth," it suggests that the heavens and earth were created right then?
It would be kind of weird if that were the case, because later on in the story, heaven and earth are created. That you have then the creation of earth, Eretz, and the heavens, Shemayim. That happens later then in verse 7. If it was already created in verse 1, what's going on here?
Right.
That's already a bit weird. But again, there's this bit of grammar going on there where it looks like it's not saying in the beginning, it says when God began to create. That seems to be a more correct interpretation of what the Hebrew there is saying. If you want to, we can also look at the Greek translation. It was called the Septuagint. It also uses some grammar that also suggests that this is not like the absolute beginning point right then and there in that verse, but just saying this is the start of that process. And this is how also, for understand, most scholars reading this as well.
I also, and even that, man, like that's
I agree.
Aaron's actually going back into these translations. I'm reading plain text from my Bible right here, and it disagrees with you.
Well, I think you can do this in 2 ways. I think you can read it in the plain text as you are, or you can go back and read deeper, which is like going and getting the Septuagint, going and looking at how this got translated through Plato and Hellenization, going and looking at how this got taken out of the Babylonian text, right? And see how this is a formation, how this idea came to be.
Right, and I'm telling you that neither of those approaches backs up what you're saying.
Well, you said that. Well, at first you said that the heavens and earth were created here in John 1:1. I mean, sorry, Genesis 1:1. But Aaron just said
only
that
because that's what
it was
says.
that the Hebrew text and all the other texts suggest that the heavens and earth weren't created in 1:1.
Okay.
And there was no beginning, there was no start. That this is the start of the creation process. This is a summary, and I agree. I don't think in the beginning there's no beginning, right? There is no start of time. There's no causation to any of it.
So are we saying?
So
when you say, because this is what it says on the call screen, is the creation story in Genesis matches science. That's what we have written down here as what your call is about. So when you say Genesis matches science, what you are saying is a couple of verses in Genesis, if you squint your eyes and think about it like an ancient Babylonian, sounds a little bit like science. That's what the actual call is.
No.
Because flip, dude, like I would love to go through all of the inconsistencies in the first just 2 chapters of Genesis. The inconsistencies not only with science, but the inconsistencies between those 2 chapters. Like, that's a good place to start. I asked you a minute ago, and I'll ask you again now. In the scientific model, what we know about how the Earth came to be, did the sun or the Earth form first?
The sun did, and then the earth.
Right, but Genesis says the Earth formed first, and then the sun came later. Did plants come before the sun, or did sun come before the plants?
Where does it say that? What you just said.
It said. So I'll read it again because we talked about this earlier. Yeah. In Genesis 1:3, God makes light. Then in 4, he separates light from darkness, and in 5, he makes the day and the night. Then you skip down to number 11. In 11 and 12, God makes plants. Then in 16 and 17, God makes the sun and the moon.
Okay.
So we have the earth, then day and night, then plants, then the sun.
Okay.
That's the order in Genesis 1.
Okay.
It even specifies that
let me
the
explain,
vegetation
right?
was created on day
Let me
3, and the sun and moon were created
Mhm.
on day 4. So you can't even say they're simultaneous. They are
specifically
literally
says
placed
it.
on
Okay.
different days.
Let me explain, and I'll explain using the Big Bang model. All right. So
The Big Bang
you
model
had-
does not create plants, so I think you've already gone off
It
on
doesn't.
not just the deep end. You have jumped
Wait,
deep into the
hold
Tahom.
on. Is the Big Bang model not the answer to how the universe came to be?
It is, but you don't explain plant matter by
Okay.
looking at the
Did
Big
the
Bang.
universe-
In the same way, if I try to have a
Okay.
conversation with Forrest about linguistics, I don't first start with quantum mechanics to talk about particle interactions.
True.
But what I'm saying is that the universe, everything came out of the universe, right? Life, plant, right? So it's chronologically, it makes sense that you have to have the universe first.
No, quite literally. We just told you it doesn't.
I'm willing to hear it.
We got plants before the sun, but let's try.
Yeah, let's hear it. How does the
But
Big Bang
where-
explain how plants existed before the sun?
But where are you saying the sun came from, though? What where it says "Let there be light"?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
No.
where it
The-
literally says God creates
No.
the sun and the moon.
I literally just read it out to you, and I'll read it again. He says that he creates light, day and night. So he makes light, and then he separates light from darkness, and he makes day and night. There is no sun at this time. There's light from somewhere, and so he has light coming in at this point. Then he makes plants. Then he makes the sun and the moon later.
Okay.
So that's the order
Look,
in Genesis
if you're-
1. Genesis 2 is a different creation story, which we're going to get to in a minute.
Right. So look, it says God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Look, and before this, you have the earth without form. Right. So what are you talking about? A condition of matter and light. And then,
Do you want to just explain to me
God.
how that is supposed to solve the problem of plants existing before the sun does
because this is
on an Earth?
because this is inflation. Because this is I still don't understand the thing with the
question that I'm
'cause you're
asking you,
saying-
Michael.
'cause when he says, because God called the light
question
day.
that I'm asking you here.
Yeah.
The question that I'm asking you that I think you're missing is this all happens, right? You already said that the sun would have had to have come before the earth. In this scenario, the earth formed first, then plants came on the earth, and then the sun was formed afterwards. That's the sequence of events here. Don't get caught up on light. The actual sequence of events here is the earth forms, then plants grow, then the sun formed. So how does that work? And how does that match science?
I read this differently than what you've read it. I don't read it that way, and so I guess I'm having to go back.
I'm literally
and look to
reading
see-
the black and white text on the page. How are you reading this in a way that
Yeah,
makes
I'm looking at
plants
it too.
come before the sun? How are you reading this in such a way that the sun comes before the earth and plants come last when they are literally in the reverse order here? And they are labeled
And
by
numbered
day.
by day.
Yeah, exactly. Like they are literally ordered and labeled. This came first, then this, then this. It's not ambiguous in any way. So how are you reading this first chapter to say that the sun came first, then we got the earth, and then we got plants, when it clearly says we got the earth, then we got
Right.
plants, then we
Okay.
got the sun?
I see what you're talking. I'll have to go back and look at that because you're right. So I'll have to go find an answer for that.
So let me ask you a different question then. If we're going to set that one aside,
Yep.
did animals come out of the water or out of the earth? Out of the ground, out of the dust?
It came out of the well, they came out of the earth. They come out of the waters. The birds came out of
Which
the
one?
earth, and then the animals, the whatever, like whales or whatever, came from the ocean, the waters.
Nope. It specifically says that animals came out of the water, and then it also says that animals came out of the earth. And it's not talking about one or the other. It means all of them. So Genesis, Genesis 1:20, I'm going to read this to you. Genesis chapter 1, verse 20. Yep. God said, let the water bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth. And God created great whales and every living creature that moves with the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after its kind. So Genesis 1:20 and 21, God makes every single kind of animal out of the water, including whales and birds are named specifically. We then flip over to number 2, chapter 2, where we've got 2:19. Out of the ground, this is chapter 2, verses 19 and 20. Out of the ground, the Lord formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them, and every creature that Adam named. So in chapter 2, God makes every animal, including birds, which are specifically named, out of the ground. And in chapter 1, he makes every animal, including birds, are specifically named, out of the water. So which one is it?
Yeah, so these are two creation stories, right? So,
right, that are contradictory.
Well, no, they go with science, right?
How can they contradict each other and go with science? Let's. How can birds come from water and from land at the same time?
Is there ever an evolutionary point where birds emerge from water? Like, is there some sort of bird that used to be a fish? No.
All tetrapods. So all 4 limbed animals, all tetrapods, did come from fish. So everything that lives on the land, more or less, came out of the water, including birds. But birds didn't come out of the water. Like the great ancestors of birds came out of water. The fish that crawled up on land eventually turned into things like apes and birds and cattle and everything else. So Genesis 1, if you wanted to argue that that's evolution, that would track a little bit. Genesis 2 contradicts that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm on your side. I agree.
So then you agree that Genesis doesn't match science?
No, it doesn't match science. That's because, like you said, Genesis 1:1 is the blueprint. Right.
Genesis, just showed that this blueprint gives us the wrong directions on everything.
Let me ask you a different question. Did humans come about before or after the animals, the other animals? I just because humans are animals, but were other animals created by God before or after humans?
Animals were created first.
Wrong. The Bible says that animals were created first. The Bible says that animals were created first in chapter 1. In chapter 2, animals are created after humans. Humans are created first, and all the animals are created afterwards.
Right. There's, like I said, there's 2 creations, and this goes back
which
to
are contradictory. Which are contradictory.
They're not. Well, I'm trying to.
Are they the same or different? Well, Michael, let's try to do this in just some simple yes or no's. Do Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 say the same thing?
No.
So they say different things?
Yes.
Right.
Is it possible to have a true contradiction?
No.
Okay. Is it possible for it's basic the basic laws of logic is of non-contradiction. So you can't have a true contradiction. That'd be like having a married bachelor.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So this is the thing. Like these are contradictory stories. They tell different stories. They cannot be true at the same time. Even if I agreed with you that either Genesis 1 or Genesis 2 is correct, they cannot both be correct. They tell different stories.
unless one came before the other, right? That's what
No.
I'm saying. That there was the first
So,
creation. If there was a creation,
was the Earth created twice?
yes, the universe was created twice.
There we
Right, the
go.
universe
So
was
you're
created-
saying, so you think that despite what the Bible says, the universe and everything in it was created two different times, and we inhabit one of those two different creations. That's what you're saying.
at least to well, the first stable universe was created in Genesis 1:1, which is the eon before this one. The eon we're in now is this eon that the dust was already there. If you go back and look at Genesis 2:4, and it says,
So how many
God
times
made,
were humanity created? Out of curiosity, Michael, I'm trying to understand. Was humanity created once
these
or
two
twice?
times. Twice.
So humanity existed and then went extinct and then was recreated?
So the whole God rested, the whole universe ran its course. And then it was. And then
So you're saying when God
was
rested at the
recreated.
end of the Genesis 1 story, the universe stopped existing? The universe originally only existed for 7 days, stopped existing, and God started over?
No, not 7 days. For however long
It says
it
God
was,
rested on the
right?
seventh
It ran
day.
its course.
Right. It sounds
Well,
like he's saying
I'm not
that God
gonna-
rested on. It sounds like he's saying that God rested on the seventh day. The entire universe ran its course for trillions of years, and then God started again. So he's advocating for the Big Bang, Big Crunch model or something similar.
No, so the Big Bang. All right, so Big Bang, Big Crunch was what the universe went through this cycle, and each one of those big crunches.
All right.
Then the next Big
All
Bang.
right, so now we got a science claim here. We got a science claim that we got a problem with because modern cosmology is not consistent with the Big Bang, Big Crunch model. Very few cosmologists still promote the idea that a big crunch is in our future or in our past.
Yes, sir. All right, correct.
So why you bring up the Big Crunch model is just...
It's not consistent with science.
So, well, because I'm trying to say what I'm saying like backwards. This is coming, and instead of just let me lay this out real quick, and then we can go through it. Which is, it starts with Penrose, which says we have eons, right, where the universe eventually dies, and then it starts again. And it has some information.
Can you tell me the part where Penrose tells us that there is a vault holding up water above the Earth? Can you tell me where Penrose says that?
That's not. Those aren't the two. We're just talking about the creation of the universe, not the rest of that right now. Just the fact of the creation part of it. Which is cyclical, right? And that's why in the second one, you don't have...
Hold on. Now you're making another science claim. You are saying the universe is cyclical. Now, besides Penrose, how many other people, how many other cosmologists go with Penrose? Is this a mainstream view, or is it basically Penrose and maybe a couple other people?
No, it's published. It's getting more...
I asked if it's mainstream, or is it Penrose and just a couple other people who believe this model?
It's not just Penrose, and I can get more information to you about how.
Now, Michael, do you know who I am?
Yeah. I know your name is Aaron, and that you're a doctor of some kind, and you're a scientist.
And specifically in physics.
That's all I know.
And I specifically also earned a degree in astronomy. And I work at MIT. So I have some connection to what cosmologists are studying because they're down the hall from me. I interact with them. I read their literature. And while Penrose is obviously a genius, I will not diminish him, but his view about his version of cosmology is not the mainstream view. It is not even a significant plurality at this point. He might be right, but he isn't the mainstream on what is going on with what we think the universe's history and future might be. So if you want to go with Penrose's current model, okay. But mind you, you are not going based on the best science. You are going on one particular model, which at this point we can't say is true or false. While conversely, ignoring the rest of Genesis that flatly contradicts what we have known about science for centuries.
And
isn't it weird that you are going by one particular cosmological model to try to interpret one verse and ignore everything else we know about everything in science, in biology, in geology, in cosmology, and even in biblical studies to get to your conclusion? Isn't that the height of absurdity? Let's flip this around. If we're going to just look at one verse, and we're only going to look even at like one interpretation of a verse, did you know the Bible is actually an atheist book?
Well, yeah, well,
the Bible says, the Bible literally says there is no God.
Well, the whole story of the Bible was man basically denying God, right? Like, we never listened to God.
No. Michael, did you hear what I said? The Bible literally says, you can look this up, the Bible literally says there is no God.
Okay.
You can look this up in Psalm 14.
All right.
Now, if you look at that, you will see that you will not treat my argument very sincerely, because it's not all that sincere, because this psalm begins with the phrase, "The fool says in his heart, there is no God." If you take one verse out of context, you will basically be misconstruing what the story says. And I'm saying you were doing the same thing with Genesis 1:1. You were looking at one part of one verse and forcing it to fit something and ignore everything else to get to your conclusion. If I did that same thing with Psalm 14, you would call me a liar, and you would be correct to say so.
Yes, but I can see where that's not what I'm doing. Like, I think
it is. It's literally what you're doing. You are focusing just on verse 1 of chapter 1, ignoring everything else that contradicts it, and saying there's somehow some way that you can walk around it. And even when the stories contradict, they're both somehow true.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So it's not just 1:1. It's the 2:4. It's both the creation stories fit inside the model that I'm trying to explain.
But your model disagrees with all known science. It has the sun coming after plant life. It has a flat earth with a metal dome holding up water above it. If you go further along in the Bible, we can find the pillars that the earth is being held up on when we later get to the flood story, that the fountains of the deep and then the windows of heaven opening up, so that way there can be a giant worldwide flood, even though there isn't enough water to even possibly do that. And of course, all the issues of the biology going on here about the order of plants and animals coming to exist in ways that are not consistent with what we know. Basically, for you to be right, Michael, everyone who's ever studied the Bible, let alone science, has to be wrong.
Yeah. So look, but
isn't that arrogant of the highest form?
Hold on. But look, think about science, about everything is wrong. That's what science is, though, right? Aren't you growing from what the previous people have studied and learned, and then you stand on their shoulders?
I'm looking at what they've done, and building on top of that, you have thrown it all out. You have ignored everything. No. You're even ignoring most of the Bible to get to your conclusions. Again, where is the metal dome over the earth? Show me the firmament.
Also, depending on whether you read chapter 1 or chapter 2, where did animals come from, and did they come before or after humans? And if you read the rest of the Bible, if you think that more than just Genesis is true, you're in for a really fucking bad time, because now bats are birds and pi equals 3 and there's unicorns and shit. Like there's such a fucking cop out. It is such a fucking cop out for you to say, yeah, but like science says that like all models are wrong, right? Yeah, but they make testable, demonstrable predictions that we can actually make novel, testable predictions about the world around us and learn new stuff. We are able to use the science we have to learn information that we could not possibly have access to in any other way. And what you're doing here is saying, yeah, but I have this fucking Iron Age sex manual here, and it says some stuff, so that's probably true. And like, that's just, you are not on the same playing field if you think that this is anywhere close to how scientific thinking works.
Can I, since I'm here right now, and I'm glad that like Aaron's here, can I ask him questions about the cosmology thing?
It's up to you, Aaron.
I'll do my best. It's not something I know huge detail on, but I'll try my best to answer.
So with is my understanding of inflation right, where there was a period of like a thermal equilibrium of mass and light, and that space and time like outgrew it at the beginning of inflation, and that gravity wasn't present yet, which kept us from imploding on ourselves. And then the cooling began, and this is what the cosmic microwave background shows us with the black body radiation, that how this energy was dissipated.
It sounds actually like you have a few things mixed up, so I'll try my best to separate them out. So cosmic inflation is a phase that the universe went through, or at least hypothesized to have gone through, extremely early on. Like, before the first second of the universe was completed, this phase had already ended. And this was a state where the universe increased in size exponentially. I mean, literally the growth was exponential, and not in the way just meaning fast. I mean, literally following the exponential math function. So the universe went from the size of, I've usually seen it described as going like from the size of a proton to the size of the Earth in the blink of an eye, then like that absurdly short amount of time, or actually even much faster than the blink of an eye, honestly. And after that point, the universe still continued to expand, but because the universe was also so hot that it wasn't actually possible for light to travel through the universe without basically running into ions and basically getting scattered that sort of way. The universe had to expand enough to finally cool enough that neutral atoms could form, and that way then light could actually pass through without being blocked by all these ions in the way. That is the state that we get approximately 370,000 years after the hot state of the Big Bang, and from that is what gets left over as the cosmic microwave background.
And that, but the gravity really isn't taken into effect right then, because if gravity was there...
gravity has been around for the whole thing. Gravity's been around from as much from the beginning as possible, because fundamentally gravity is it's so strict, it's so intimately linked to space-time. That's the big thing that Einstein had, that gravity is fundamentally the warping of space-time. So the only way you could not have gravity is to have basically without you have to basically not have space or time and have nothing in it in order to have a state like that. The issue was that basically everything was so hot that things were going to keep expanding out because of that pressure from things being hot, and only once the universe had cooled down enough and that there were local spots that were slightly more massive than others, those then began to collapse under their own mutual gravity, and then forming stars, and then galaxies, and then galaxy clusters, and then enough of that going on for approximately 13 billion-ish years until we get to piles of meat with enough processing power to realize its place in that universe.
Was the matter and the light equally distributed in a way that there was a thermal equilibrium at the beginning of the cosmic?
I don't believe that accurately describes things, because for one thing, the early universe was what we would call radiation dominated. There was basically mostly light, so it was not like equal amounts. It's only in later phases that then the universe became more matter dominated, and I'd have to go back and read up and figure out exactly when that was timeline-wise. I can't say off the top of my head when the radiation phase was then ended, and then the matter phase of the universe was the dominant form. I can't remember without looking that up.
Yeah, because my understanding is that there was this thermal equilibrium that existed, and that so gravity couldn't have been the gravity that would have been present then just gets equaled out to itself, and that's what allows it to grow the way it did, because there was no gravity to pull it back, because the gravity was equally distributed.
Oh,
And it's
well,
not
there
until
was
it's not
gravity.
until
It's
there's
just
a
that it's basically there was gravity, but there wasn't enough gravity to collapse the universe back down. And honestly, there couldn't have been equilibrium, because if there were equilibrium, then the universe wouldn't have grown. It wouldn't have continued to grow and spread out. Equilibrium would basically mean everything's balanced and it's going to stay in place. But the fact of the matter is, not only the universe
Right.
was expanding back in the past, it's expanding now. It's one of the lines of
Right.
evidence that points to the Big Bang.
Right, except for you have to solve for that gravity, how do you explain that the gravity didn't just implode us at the beginning? Because if it would have been released when the rest of the matter would have been released, it would have just immediately imploded.
So here's a way to think about it. It's not 100% accurate because it's only doing Newtonian physics, but it's, I think, the best way to explain it. If I take a ball and I throw it up, it's going to almost certainly come back down because I don't have the strength to throw it fast enough. Most everything I throw up falls back down. But if I throw something fast enough, we can speak of something called escape velocity, and that object then doesn't fall back to Earth. Fundamentally, what we're saying in the early universe is that I'm going to use really terrible language. The universe exploded with enough velocity that the stuff shooting out was above the escape velocity for the universe to collapse back in. This analogy is not 100%, but I'd rather use a simple conception rather than pull out a whiteboard and show differential equations to deal with Einstein's theory of general relativity. But the basic idea is
Howard.
the initial oomph of the universe was enough to overcome the mutual attraction of all that stuff to collapse it back in. In fact, one of the major things that scientists tried to do after the Big Bang became the consensus view was, okay, well, what is the fate of the universe? Is there enough stuff to actually collapse the universe back in the future? Or is the universe going to expand forever? And is it going to expand forever at a particular rate? And our current consensus is that there is actually an amazing balance of the amount of matter energy in the universe that would collapse things in, and that original oomph outwards, basically. If you look at how the cosmologists will say, they'll look at what's called the critical density, and the critical density of the universe seems to be within our ability to measure 1. It's basically exactly at the critical density, as best as we can measure. So the universe won't collapse back in, and also dark energy is messing up our future predictions, especially if you've heard about recent press releases that not only is dark energy expanding the universe, but it may not even be a constant oomph happening. It's still something we're trying to figure out. So, Michael, my suggestion is there's a lot of interesting science to be happening here, and I would love it if you joined us in exploring that science, or even maybe finding ways to contribute to it, because the way you're going about it, trying to read the science into Genesis, is not going to be fruitful. But there is some amazing stuff going on in science right now where there's some actual mysteries that if we put our heads together, we can make progress on.
Well, I agree, and I think that we've taken the metaphysics out of science, and I think that science needs to have metaphysics back into it, because we're going to end up making an AI that has no soul, and it's going to be cold, and it's just going to end up killing all of us, because we've went so far in science with just dealing with the empirical that and there's just no soul left in it, and then we end up with atomic bombs and things like that. And then AI is going to be one of those
fun speculation.
Things that if you don't create an AI.
I have to admit, recently I've been rewatching the remake of Battlestar Galactica, so a little bit of this is in my head as well. So I don't want you to be right, but now the only thing going through my head is the famous phrase from the Cylons, "By your command."
I don't know what
Sorry,
that
I'm
is,
now in the
but I like your enthusiasm.
I don't know.
I
you
will
got me
explain
on
later.
that for the MIT just coming out in you.
No.
you
This is not
fucking
MIT
weirdo.
stuff. Here's the thing. Battlestar Galactica was invented by a Mormon. And I'm not kidding. It is Star Wars, ancient astronaut theory, Mormonism, and TV westerns all rolled into one. That was the original 1970s Battlestar Galactica.
Righteous.
And you're saying that it predicted that it's going to make like an AI that, I mean, if AI kills us, it doesn't learn that behavior from us. And I think that we got to get ahead of that. Like we have to.
It's reasonable to say that if AI would learn evil behavior, it's reasonable to say that AI would learn evil behavior from us because it's already done that. So there's a reason why, most AIs have a problem with sexism and racism and homophobia and shit. Is because they learn from the internet.
Yes. We will make an AI. It will be amazing, but what we need to do is keep it away from Twitter.
Yes.
All right. Well,
all right.
Thanks for having me. I'll work on these things and I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
I hope to hear some more interesting stuff someday.
All right. You will. Thanks, guys.
Right.
Take
Good
care.
night.
Bye.
What a show.
Forrest, you're disappointing me. You're not up on your Battlestar Galactica? Come on.
I have actually never seen it. I've never once watched the show.
All right. And when I say this, there's the original one from the late 70s, and then there was the remake on the Sci-Fi Channel during the 2000s.
Never seen it. I've never seen anything even remotely related to it. I don't know anything about it whatsoever. I don't know enough to know the distinctions between what you're saying.
So instead of going and getting that EED, what you need to be doing is getting a subscription to, I think it's on Paramount Plus now that you can go and watch the remake series.
Okay.
Oh, and because I live in the best possible timeline, my wife just brought me some fresh tea. So I'm good for more calls.
Nice. All right. Well, let's take a look at who we've got.
All right. Well, we got one person who's been waiting nearly an hour. I think that's enough reason to let them hop on.
Yeah.
All right. So let's bring in Ben, pronouns he, him, from Alabama. He's an atheist, and he's apparently got a question for me about angular momentum. So my head's going to spin. Ben.
Nice.
Hey, hi.
Nice.
I will do my best, but black holes are pretty complicated.
You guys can hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So my specialty is actually figuring out how to steer spacecraft, and so I deal with angular momentum a lot. And I was kind of wondering, how I guess I just haven't heard how angular momentum is handled, down within the center of a black hole, because as the angular velocity goes way up, things are going to start to get weird because you're going to get a massive centrifugal force like resisting gravity, and your angular velocity, the linear velocity of any of the particles down there, maybe get relativistic. I was kind of wondering how that's handled in the models. I know there's the fact that there's a singularity means our math is somehow deficient.
Right. So I definitely follow your intuition there. So I see what he's getting at. So you're imagining if this black hole is spinning, well then basically how can stuff fall to the center? Wouldn't it also kind of be in a quick sense spun away from the center because of the rotation itself? Now, I have not gone and looked at the math myself, but from what I remember, the model of a black hole with a singularity was originally solved for the most simple case of a static body, no spin at all. And that was done by Schwarzschild in 1917, 1918, I forget. Literally, he was in the trenches of World War I, and between doing gunnery calculations was working on Einstein's field equations. That was the life back then. And came up with the most simple solution of those equations at that time. And it took another 50 years for someone to come along and then do the next most complicated case, a black hole that's spinning. And I believe this is called the Kerr metric. that describes the space time of a spinning black hole. And if memory serves, now, like I said, I'm going by memory. I have not looked at the mathematics myself, but from what I remember is that a spinning black hole doesn't have a singularity. It's basically you have not a singular point, but you have a ring inside the black hole that's in the same plane as the spinning of the black hole itself. But ultimately, things don't fall to a point. They're falling into this ring that everything is kind of dragged towards. The other fun things about spinning black holes is they can also basically spin and stretch and pull space-time around them as they are spinning. So there's a region outside of the event horizon called the ergosphere, where basically you can ride the tides of space-time. And there have been some interesting ideas saying, hey, if you were to fire a beam of light into the ergosphere and it would not go into the black hole, but basically go on the outer edge of it, in through the ergosphere, it could then pop back out and come out with more energy than it came in with. Basically, it gets pushed along by that tidal force, and realizing, oh my goodness, we could actually turn black holes into an energy source.
Oh, interesting. You're like stealing some energy from the black hole that way, probably.
Exactly. Yeah, you take some of its angular kinetic energy and pulled out that way. And because, especially if you have something the size of a stellar mass black hole spinning, the amount of energy there is so gargantuan that you're not talking about powering a city, you're not talking about powering a planet, you're talking about like powering a civilization for millennia, if not more.
Well, as an engineer, I do appreciate learning things like that. Yeah, because it's occurred to me that everywhere else, when I look at things that collapse, they always have like a little bit of angular momentum to them that doesn't look like much until they start collapsing. Like a nebula will collapse down to a planetary system with planets that are cruising around, and
Yes.
I would just expect pretty much any of the stuff that collapses into a black hole to have been to it. It almost seems like it'd be a more common situation.
Oh yeah, because the only way you could have everything collapse in and have the black hole not spinning is that every single particle would have to have overall no angular momentum, and a chaotic system like that is almost certainly not going to happen. Like it's the most like improbable state you could also imagine. So, like I say, we had to go from first just what is the most simple thing to solve in Einstein's field equations to then the next simplest thing, which took like 40 or 50 years to do, because when we talk about Einstein's field equations, I think we should talk about how unpleasant they are to solve. Because if you look on Wikipedia and you look at the general equation that Einstein has for general relativity, it has these terms in there. It's got some Greek letters. Okay, what is going on? If you actually break it down and look into more depth, it's actually not one equation, it's 16. And they're all differential equations that are coupled together. So you have to solve 16 differential equations simultaneously to get any results out of Einstein's field theory. It is a pain in the butt, to put it in the most kind possible way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so there are only like a handful of analytically solved solutions of somebody like going pencil to paper, here's the exact solution popping out. Virtually everything else we do with black holes is based on pumping it into a computer and using approximation methods, because like I said, if it took 40 years to go from the simplest case to the next simplest, yeah, we got a headache if you're going to go any further than that. So it's basically pump it into a computer, what pops out. Yeah, and if your situation isn't perfectly symmetric, it's almost impossible to solve analytically. You have to use some sort of approximation method.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting because like usually like when people are talking about black holes in the public sphere, I don't hear about the spinning black holes as much, even though they seem more likely. And you hear about singularities talked about a lot, or how to solve the singularities and whatnot. It's like, well, what if it's not there?
Yeah, it looks like for naturally forming black holes that they probably don't have singularities in that way. But the fact that at least mathematically they could is the thing that is bothersome. And the fact that you can apply the same mathematics for the early universe, and most naively it would suggest a singularity, is the sort of stuff that says, hey, this doesn't look right. This leads to all sorts of weird stuff if we allow the mathematics to go that way. You start dividing by zero, which anyone who knows, if you take your calculator and hit divide by zero, it explodes. I taught high school. I lost a lot of students that way when they divided by zero, exploding calculators.
The real risk.
Yeah, I got severe burns.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I mean, you made it.
in general, it's just that when the math indicates things like that, you have to say either the state is impossible because of some practical reason, or there's something fundamentally at odds in our fundamental theory, and figuring out which of the two it is, or what combination of the two it is basically where all the future science happens.
Oh, that's neat. And I like, yeah, like I pretty much only deal with Newtonian mechanics in my job, and even then, I mean, we have a singularity if you treat gravity as a point mass.
Well,
If
let
the
me put it
radius
this
is
way. You said
zero,
you're doing it with
so-
rockets, so honestly,
spacecraft.
as much as spacecraft, okay, but nonetheless, you have to get through
idiot.
the air. Just this. I somehow got my PhD in physics, and I never had to deal with the Navier-Stokes equation, and I really dodged the bullet not having to deal with that fundamental equation in fluid dynamics, because that's basically like entire careers are devoted to just solving extremely small cases dealing with small aspects of that equation. And I look at that and I realize, oh my goodness, I am so lucky I avoided fluid mechanics. Oh. But for anyone dealing with spacecraft or aircraft, it's basically your life, and you have to deal with the fact that, oh, air flows around things. I better figure out the physics of that. Oh shit, even supercomputers can't handle this. Well, fuck.
I got 2 masters in biology without dealing with the Navier-Stokes equation. I'm sitting proud. I figured it all out.
Yeah, I got a friend who studied magnetohydrodynamics, so he's got Navier-Stokes plus Maxwell's equation.
I realize actually,
here,
physicists who must have the hardest time. I'm actually realizing the people who must have the hardest time are the people who have to do the modeling for stellar atmospheres, because you have to deal with plasma dynamics and fluid mechanics and electromagnetism. Ugh.
And gravity, and
yeah, gravity's the easy part of that
chemistry.
system. yeah. So, yeah, I got out easy in many ways in the path I took to get my physics degree.
I guess it kind of brings me to that second question that I put in there, because like I really lean on my job for my epistemology, which I think helps out a lot, because I hear a lot of very fuzzy thinking when people think about big questions that are outside their particular domain of knowledge. And it seems like, everybody just has some very pragmatic details they have to work with on their day jobs, that if they just applied that reasoning to more things, then perhaps it could help with their critical thinking on those other ideas.
Well,
yeah, wondering.
That's why the line is here, to help everyone learn more critical thinking. That's our job.
Yep. Yeah. It is so interesting, because like even like a con artist, they have to know something about the reality of human behavior in order to do their jobs. And
there's a reason.
With me,
Yep.
Yeah, I have to know about stuff to make sure the spacecraft go where I want. Like flat Earth model just doesn't work for me.
Have you considered making up other hypotheses on top of each other until it finally works?
Have you read the Bible? It's pretty cool.
Have you considered your spacecraft doesn't actually exist and it's all an illusion created by the Illuminati using Jewish space lasers to trick you into thinking that you actually have a job?
Oh,
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
well, yeah, it is actually a pretty big problem trying to make a spacecraft real. It can take many years and a lot of work.
I believe it. I believe it. And it's one of the things I still kind of hope for myself, that when I went into wanting to become a scientist, my focus was definitely in the space sciences, cosmology and things like that. And it's my hope that one day, either through my job or anything else, I do something that adds to our exploration of space. So if I could come down to Alabama and just tighten a bolt on one of these spacecraft, I will feel like I have fulfilled one of my childhood dreams.
What's funny is, like, I think I realized that my office building's probably one of the most boring at this NASA center I work at, because we all work on computers and other people are doing hardware.
That software's got to do a lot of things without human involvement, so I don't envy that work either. My own software work, I realize, oh goodness, it's a good thing this is not for NASA.
Yeah.
Not that I do bad work. I hope my
just-
boss isn't listening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just, it is interesting. It is interesting because, like, everybody, whether you're, I don't know, cooking, you got to know how stuff works. You got to know cause and effect. And if you try to apply ideological thinking to, say, baking a cake, you're not going to have a very good cake. Or fixing a car, doing plumbing, building spacecraft, or doing science. It's just not going to work unless you use critical thinking and so forth. So,
Yeah.
Guess I just, I just like it. I think I like to encourage people to just look at truth in little tiny bits. If it's true in the little tiny details, then you can start growing it bigger.
Say one more time. I'm sorry, I lost part of the audio.
Oh, yeah, I was saying that I think I like to encourage people to look at truth in its details, like the little tiny details, where you can figure out those cause and effect relationships. And then the bigger truth is just built out of all those little ones. If you try to take
Often, yes.
you're going to be wrong.
Often, yes, and often it's a single detail that can take down a whole theory. I've seen that in both science and in the humanities. But there is also truth that you don't want to get, miss the forest for the trees, and that's only partially a pun on Forrest's name.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I got. So thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you for calling in, Ben.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Have a good night. Yes. Bye.
Cheers.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to go to space, or at least when I say go to space, get above the Kármán line. I mean, in one sense, I am in space, but off planet Earth space. But I really do hope that I can still contribute a little bit to humanity getting into space.
That's all I want as well. I want to just be a part of the push to turn us a little bit closer into a more advanced society. Because flip, dude, we've the number of planets we fully explored is 0, and we've got all this fucking room around us to do cool stuff, and we just knuckled down a little bit. Like, me and my very non-expert opinion, I feel like we're maybe 5-10 years away from something really meaningful, at least a major step in the right direction. And then the last 4 months have happened, and now it's we're 50 years away from anything good. And also measles is back. I don't know what to do, man.
I like to be optimistic about the future, because even the bad times humanity got through them. And there were some really,
Yeah.
really bad times. And not only did we get through them, but we're flourishing by comparison to that. So, but it's going to take a whole lot of work, a whole lot of organizing, both scientifically, socially, politically, if we're going to have anything like our dreams of the future becoming real.
There's a see if I can find it here. There's a great quote that I really like by a particular hobbit who said, "It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo, the ones that really mattered, full of darkness and danger they were. And sometimes you don't want to know the end, because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad has happened? But in the end, it's only a passing thing, this shadow. Even darkness must pass. A new day will come, and the sun shines out, and it will shine out all the clearer. And those are the stories that stayed with you. They meant something, even if you were too small to understand why. But I think, Mr. Frodo, I do understand. I know now. Folk in those stories had lots of chances of turning back, only they didn't. They kept going, because they were holding on to something, that there was some good in this world, and that's worth fighting for." Legitimately, shit has gotten me through some things, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't want to read the sequels after that because Sam goes really right wing and he joins Massa, make the Shire great again.
God damn it! Sam went racist. No.
He eventually he will come to his senses. You just got to chant to him, Rudy, Rudy,
Rudy, Rudy.
Okay, you're not getting the
Man.
reference. Sports movie with the same actor who played Sam.
I know that. I know it existed. I didn't know what it. I never watched it, but I know what it is.
Well, the movie's older than Battlestar Galactica, so I assumed you didn't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I've walked through a Walmart before, and they're always fucking playing it on every goddamn TV that they have on display.
Okay. Yes, you're in a state where there are two religions: Christianity and football.
The Church of Walmart is always open for both.
Okay, 3 churches.
Man, we've got 2 people left, and then that's the end of it.
And
then we'll
theist
skip
caller.
super chats and not read any of them.
Just take the money. Yes, of course. All right, so we got 2 callers. One of them is a theist, one's an atheist. We try to prioritize theists, so let's bring in Ryan, pronouns he, him, from Tennessee. Apparently has a call or a question for me and one for Forrest. Ryan, can you hear us?
Hey, can you all hear me?
Good.
Yep.
Hello? Oh, okay.
We hear you.
How are you all?
Not bad.
Never had a bad day, man.
Good. Well, I'm calling back because I was on an earlier call with Forrest and Godless Engineer, and I presented an argument for God, and Forrest brought up that my argument is based on the Big Bang model, and that you would be a good person to talk to because apparently there are other models besides the Big Bang that are just as viable, if I'm correctly understanding what he was saying, because the audio is pretty bad on my end. And I was trying to listen in on the earlier call because you were talking about it briefly, I think, about like black holes, and that's a possibility. When I looked into it, I saw that like steady state was a proposed theory, but I thought the background radiation disproved that. Do you care to expand on that and like explain what else there is besides Big Bang?
I'll try my best. So it's interesting that the phrase Big Bang was actually invented by Fred Hoyle as a way to dismiss the hypothesis. And Fred Hoyle, who himself was a brilliant physicist in his time, was a proponent of steady state, that the universe always existed in some form, and that basically things like hydrogen would just like naturally be formed by space itself to keep the universe churning one way or the other. And of course, people say, well, you're talking about hydrogen coming out of nowhere. And he's like, well, you're talking about all of space and time coming out of nowhere. Rah! So, I mean, that was kind of the way the argument was in the 40s and 50s, cosmologists going bah at each other. At least I imagine that's what it was like at Princeton.
That's science. That's
then,
how it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it's just, hey, we did the math, we did the experiment, and before that comes in, it's a bunch of intellectual arm wrestling. And it's sometimes no more than just insults at conferences. Sometimes science is absolutely brilliant and straightforward, and other times it's just ego. Unfortunately, that's true. But in this case, there was an important observation in the 60s that you mentioned when we discovered the cosmic microwave background. This was one of the things that you expect from a hot early state in the universe, and this background radiation being left from that. And it was accidentally discovered by a couple of astronomers using a radio telescope. And when they point out their discovery to another cosmologist, it was like, holy frack, you found the radiation we've been looking for. And obviously people like Fred Hoyle did not take that lying down. They tried finding ways of fitting it with there, but far and away, the dominant view is that those explanations don't work. The observations don't match well. There's a lot of special pleading for it to work. And the last few people that still are like students of Fred Hoyle that are alive, when I've read their papers, they basically go and do the Galileo gambit. It's like, well, they said Galileo was wrong, so we have to be right. We're just being suppressed, yada, yada, yada. We don't have a good argument. So far and away, cosmologists agree that there was an early state in the observable universe that we refer that hot state to as the Big Bang. But what we don't know is, can we describe the state of the universe before this really early state? And in particular, there are things that indicate that it is at least possible that time doesn't begin back then, that we can talk about something earlier than those earliest moments. For example, one of the other things that is now widely believed, but is not nearly as strongly proven as the Big Bang itself, is cosmic inflation. I mentioned in the other call that there was this state early in the universe where the universe expanded at an exponential rate, but that field, that inflationary field, you do the basic math for it, and it basically shows that, hey, there is this inflation field, this inflaton field it gets called, that can go back indefinitely. So that's one of the things that kind of indicates there's no reason to say that time began or necessarily began at some finite time in the past. We can keep projecting back that sort of way. And there are all sorts of other models that try to describe a state before the hot point of the universe that we can more directly observe, or the after effects we can more directly observe. It's still very hypothetical. Inflation is not proven, though it is definitely the dominant view in cosmology. We have a lot more work to do if we're going to figure things out one way or the other.
So there's, I'm trying to make sure I'm tracking what you're saying. There's a current hypothesis that still needs to be verified, that it is possible for the inflation to infinitely regress backwards so that there is therefore no beginning to time, and no, in my situation, in my argument, initiation. Correct?
Yeah, that it seems like we can possibly have inflation go back without end. And the other interesting thing is inflation. The original theory of inflation that was created by Alan Guth in 1980 at MIT. Woot, woot. Sorry, I have to promote that. The most straightforward version of that doesn't produce one universe. It continuously produces universes forever. So if inflation is right, not only is it possible to possibly project further back in time than the earliest states of our observable universe, but it also would suggest an infinity of universes continuously being created by the same inflaton field.
With no initiation, and they're still all contingent, but it's just infinite.
At least potentially. Like I say, the big thing is that there are lines of evidence that do indicate cosmic inflation, but there are other ways of possibly explaining the same evidence, so we don't have like the most crucial observations that are just impossible to explain on any other hypothesis. It's not like when we discovered the cosmic microwave background, and to make that go away or fit other things was extremely ad hoc. We don't have that yet for inflation. We thought we did several years ago. I don't know if you remember, there was this headline. Oh my goodness, was this now 20 years ago? God damn it, I'm old. 10, 20 years ago, they thought that they were seeing the first signs of, I think these were the gravitational waves that they were seeing from basically the after effects of the early states of the universe and the Big Bang state, and that these particular things that they were measuring seemed to be consistent with at least a version of inflation. And the scientists who thought they detected that, they knocked on the doors of like some of the founding figures in inflationary theory to basically pop the cork for the champagne to say, hey, you were proven right. And then more science was done and realized, oh, these observations are possibly explained just by the effects of dust in the universe. And so right now, we don't have that decisive evidence. We thought we did, and then we went and did more science and went, ah, shucks.
Okay. But as of now, what's the leading theory that has the most supportive evidence?
It's probably inflation because it has the easiest way of explaining a few observations of what we have with especially the cosmic microwave background. Here's the crazy thing. If you've ever seen the pictures that they post online of the cosmic microwave background, is this multicolored thing, and it's supposed to be showing like differences in temperature of the background temperature. Now, first off, that average temperature is 2.7 Kelvin. That is 2.7 degrees above absolute zero. In modern parlance, we call that fucking cold. But the important thing is those small variations in the temperature, that variation is like usually 1 part in 100,000. So the temperature fluctuating up and down, those tiny little amounts. And that size of fluctuation is exactly what you would expect to pop out if the universe had a period of exponential growth, which is what inflation is. And that is easiest to explain, the most straightforward to explain on inflation. And from what I understand, the other ways of trying to explain that requires a whole lot more clues put on top of each other to try to explain the same data. While inflation is just like, no, this just naturally pops out in the same way the cosmic microwave background itself naturally pops out of the Big Bang. But because other explanations do exist, it's at least possible to explain it other ways. But because of the size of those fluctuations, there were several other features that Guth originally pointed out that made things well. Perhaps the other thing that's a bit interesting is the fact that the temperature is so greatly uniform, even though parts of the universe are so far apart from each other that light hasn't had enough time to basically reach like one end to the other, and yet they seem to have the same temperature. How could they do that if they couldn't interact with each other and basically equalize out? It'd be like saying I have a gas tank, I should say a gas tank, a tank full of oxygen in one room and a tank of oxygen in another room. They're not even connected, but they have the exact same pressure. The chances of that seem pretty darn small. And the fact that we see that kind of thing with the universe is the odd thing. But on inflation, basically, you take one patch of space-time, have it explode up in size exponentially so that it already basically was in equilibrium, and any tiny fluctuations there were just got spread out by factors of, I'd have to look at the exact numbers, but it's probably something like a gajillion. It's going to be a really huge number of what the expansion amount was. Enough so that whatever temperature differences existed became so minuscule that no wonder everything looks like it's about the same temperature. Those are things that inflation explains very naturally and was otherwise a hard thing to explain before Guth came along in 1980 and said, hey, I fixed it.
Okay. I'm more so concerned with near the beginning of time, I guess you call it like initiation period or potentially the beginning of time. That's more so where I was kind of stuck in our previous conversation because I presented an argument for God that's based on contingency and that it, the infinite regress has an initiation which is initiated by a necessary object. and then that they said that it was special pleading, and the only thing that's special pleading about my initial argument is that it would be an agent instead of a natural law, so that one ad hoc bullet point. But that's besides the point. I'll get to that later. But more so, I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of, was there an initiation for the singularity, or was it an infinite regress, and which one has more supporting evidence? It sounds like you're saying that the inflation model explains it best, but the inflation model could also possibly have an infinite regress that's being currently studied. Am I tracking this right?
So, more or less, I think we're understanding, because I think your issue is, if you go back infinitely in time, if there's no first moment, does this create some sort of a logical problem? And you mentioned infinite regress. So I guess the question is this: why is having an infinite number of states in the past a problem? Why is that like metaphysically impossible, do you think?
Well, initially my argument was, everything that we see that we observe is contingent, and I accept that because principle is sufficient reason, and that if you go back far enough and you expand far enough, you get to this big collection of contingent facts, and then therefore it follows that the contingency has to have an explanation, and then that would introduce something called necessary, which isn't contingent, it's self-explaining. And then Forrest and I got into a discussion about it, and he brought up that, well, what if there's a fundamental natural law that it itself explains all of the remaining physics, and it's just more physics versus ad hocing a God? And to get to your question about what is it about an infinite regress that, I don't know, just to me, it follows that there has to be an initiation if there was a singularity at one point, and then suddenly there was expansion, and we live in a universe bound by the law of cause and effect.
Based on what you've said, I just don't see why there's any sort of logical problem with basically an infinite chain of causes, because if you're going by, like, say, the principle of sufficient reason, or that every effect has a cause, then every single thing you could point to is, you just point one step back and it has a cause. And if every single object in your list has a cause that it can point to, then there's no object that does not have a cause explaining it. So even though the chain is infinitely long, I don't see that's a problem. In the same way, there isn't a problem that there isn't a first negative number. You can have negative numbers go forever.
And that's why I wanted to ask about the expansion and the infinite regress and the evidence supporting it, because if there is solid evidence for the hypothesis, that kind of throws my worldview up on its head. It kind of makes me question things. So I just wanted to double check, though. You mentioned two authors, two scientists that had studied it, and I wanted to jot those down so I could look into them. What were they again?
So the names I remember mentioning, I mentioned earlier on Fred Hoyle, who was the first big opponent to the Big Bang.
Hoyle?
And I think he died in the 80s. Fred Hoyle, Hoyle.
L-E, okay.
Interesting person, brilliant in some ways, absolutely a crank in others. He's actually cited by creationists for the tornado going through a junkyard, making a 747 argument for how complex life is. He's the source of that sort of nonsense. He thought that the reason our noses point down is because he thought that his theory of panspermia, of light coming from space, meant that our noses pointed down, so that way viruses from space couldn't get into our bodies because our nose is pointing down rather than upward.
Is that not true?
Yeah.
Is that not real? Shit.
Not right, no. But yeah, like I said, he's been dead. I think he died in the 80s. I'm not 100% sure about that. I mentioned Alan Guth. He's still alive, and he's still actually working at MIT. He's also had the exact same haircut since 1980. If you look at pictures of him then and look at pictures now, it's yep, exact same style. Not as a knock against him, but just that's Alan Guth. Guth. Yes.
EUGA.
Um,
Oh,
yeah. He's also worked with other people like Andrei Valenkin. I will not know how to spell that correctly. But Guth and Valenkin have done a number of papers together related to inflation and Big Bang cosmology. Um, Also, if you want a good theoretical physicist who writes really well for the public, Sean Carroll, Carrol. I forget if it's one or two L's. I'm horrible with spelling, but he's
no,
both
you're
an
good.
author, a really good explainer, and also a legit practicing physicist at Caltech, if memory serves.
Okay. Cool. I'll look into it, and I mean that was pretty much it. I just wanted to see what evidence there was for that and try and look more into it because it kind of put a stopping point in my train of thought.
That's the beautiful thing about science is that it doesn't let you stop. It points out, hey, have you figured this thing out? No, you haven't? Better to look into it.
Yeah. All right. I got those names down, and thanks. That was like the main question I wanted to ask. And also on an earlier note, one of the previous callers was taking the Bible literally, and back when I used to study the Bible, I never understood the approach of taking it literally because, from my understanding, the Bible's two different genres. It's either Hebrew metaphors or parables, and then there is literal text like the genealogy. That's supposed to be historical. I don't understand the Christians that are biblical literal.
You know what's funny?
You said the genealogies are literal. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
what's funny
I
is
think
I'm
that's how it's written.
literally I'm currently looking at my Instagram trying to get. So there's a dude who lives in my comment section that is like just constantly asks questions about like you're misinterpreting the Bible. The Bible's and God can't be evil. God isn't bad. God's a good dude. And currently in my comment section at this moment, watching this show and commenting on my Instagram saying, you're misinterpreting the Bible in that call. You got it wrong. That's not what it means. That's not what this means. I'm like, call in. The numbers up on the screen. And it's exactly this is like every single, there are 40,000 denominations of Christianity. If you have two different Christians and you ask them what one part of the Bible means, you will get four different opinions. Like, every Christian I talk to has their own interpretation of the Bible. Some of them are more literal than others. Some of them are on the extreme poles of every single word is the truth, like Answers in Genesis believes. Some is on the other extreme pole of every word is a metaphor meant to be interpreted. It's all wrapped up in whatever the Iron Age thinking of the time is. And the Bible is just a tool of vision to help us get to God, but it shouldn't be taken literally at all. And everywhere in between, because that's how this shit works. That's what faith leads you to. That's why faith is an awful, unreliable pathway to truth. And it doesn't change the fact that the Bible, front to back, is just a thing about, it's all about how to have sex right and how to own slaves and who to murder and what incense to burn lest you be set on fire. Like, it's a wild time, man.
I get what you're saying, but I'm going to play devil's advocate for God here.
Sure.
That's a funny phrase, but I would argue that there is some value, though, to faith.
Oh, sure. Just like any text of just about anything. A minute ago, I quoted Samwise Gamgee, and I think there's a lot of value to be taken from Sam's words. Doesn't mean the Lord of the Rings is true, right? And so, like, yeah, there are parts of the Bible that I like. There are parts of the Bible that talk about how if you have a field of crops, you should not harvest a certain part of it in order to allow any homeless person who's hungry passing by to take free food. There's parts of the Bible that talk about how you should not put interests on loans. In fact, that's like the one thing the Bible is also front to back staunchly against is interest. Bible is not a fan of that. There's parts of the Bible that talk about liberation and freedom and equality. And then there's also the slavery stuff and all the parts about how if two men are fighting and a woman breaks up the fight and accidentally touches one of their penises, she needs to have her hands cut off. That's in there. And then there's also the donkey that talks and the unicorns and the fucking snake that talks and the there's just a lot of other shit and the dragons and like man, yeah, just I'm not into it.
Well, I mean,
And
like,
even for
I
the
don't want to
metaphors,
get into.
because
Go ahead.
yeah, just be careful, because even if you say some parts are metaphors, sometimes even the metaphors are bad. Because I've been going through
Truth.
For a different Bible project and reading the prophet Hosea, and the way that he describes the relationship between God and Israel is basically God is the husband, Israel is the wife, and you read that and you're just like, this is clearly the metaphor is spousal abuse, and that God is in the
Mm.
right and will sexually devastate and harm and besmirch and punish Israel, and then come back as the oh, I'm so sorry about that. Just let's make up together. After sexually assaulting the wife there, it's like that's a terrible metaphor. So
Especially
even
when you
saying
look
it's like,
at, like,
well,
I
it's
think it's
symbolic. It's symbolic for the worst terrible thing you could do.
it's awful. It is an awful book. And like you can find sweet corn. You can find a bit of corn in the worst turds, but that doesn't mean that it's not a turd. And like this Bible is a fucking mess. And yes, you can find some pretty parts in it, but like overall, overwhelmingly, it is not a good book.
I see your point, but like, I'm looking at it more not from like the adoption of the whole book, but more so the application of faith in practical situations, like when a child has cancer and or someone's in a sick situation, that the comfort that it provides to have a belief in an afterlife and the
That you can get
sort
that
of
without the Bible, and I would still argue that isn't a good thing. Like that doesn't make it a truth claim, and you can get comfort and fairy tales and faith and all these things without a book that tells you how to own slaves. And
what
also,
about like
who gave that
You're
child
also
cancer if not
yeah.
God? Like
It's also worth noting,
if you
it depends on how you interpret the book if you're going to even get an afterlife or not. Parts of the Bible are
Yep.
pretty clear. From dust you came, dust you will return. There is not some sort of heaven that you get to go to. That was a later innovation. And then on top of that, also the innovation of you also have the nice option of a fiery pit that we call hell. So honestly, the afterlife that's being offered is a mixed bag where it even exists.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, there are multiple translations. It is written by man, so there is some flaw there. But I'm more so
Oh, it's not even an issue of
focused on
translation. For example, if you go to the book of Acts, Paul is on trial in front of the Sanhedrin, and he gets the Sanhedrin to get into a fistfight because the different groups there, some believed in the resurrection, some did not. These were Jews in the days of Jesus and Paul, not agreeing if there was a resurrection or not, if there was basically afterlife or not, and getting that into fistfights in the first century. If you believe that story as literal, then you can literally see people reading the exact same book in the original language can't agree because fundamentally it's not one book by one author. It's a book by many different authors and a lot of editing even along the way in the same language that doesn't have a consistent view because a lot of things changed for all sorts of theological reasons, or people with completely different theologies being forced into the same book, sometimes crammed together by an editor, sometimes pretty well, sometimes poorly, as we can see through the Pentateuch. So go to the first 5 books of the Bible and you realize, didn't I already read this story just a chapter ago? Why doesn't it agree? You can see the
What do you all
editorial
think, like-
seams together.
There's also it depends on what, again, I talked about earlier how like there's 40,000 denominations of Christianity, and 2 Christians have 5 opinions about this stuff. But like Answers in Genesis, you talked about child with cancer a minute ago. Answers in Genesis says that's because of the fall of Adam and Eve back in the Garden of Eden, that is what caused those things. People like Matt Powell say that it is the sins that are accumulated over like generations that cause degradation of our DNA and cause diseases to come into play. There are other Christians who say that cancer is directly caused by God on purpose in order to test us. There are others who say that the child was sinful and deserved the. There are others who say that the cancer was caused by Satan and that God is just somehow needing you to beg hard enough to stop it, and then still might not. There are others who say that God is hands off and doesn't matter. There are some who say that the child is sinless because they're a child, so it doesn't matter. They're going to go to heaven anyway. There are some who say the child has to be baptized first, otherwise they don't get to go to heaven. There are some that say that the child got cancer in the first place because of some part of the world that's corrupt or some part of the child that's corrupt. Like, I guarantee we have talked to all of these people with all of these opinions on this show. And so, like, for you to say, well, isn't there some value that this could give somebody some comfort in this terrible situation? I would argue for a lot of places, this is going to make that terrible situation more painful. And even beyond that, if you ignore that, what fucking value is there? If it's just a thing that's open to interpretation anyway, you could just choose. You could literally just say, fuck it. You know, the tooth bunny is going to save my child, and it's just as valid and has just as much backing as any biblical belief. So I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it, and I don't think it's safe, and I don't think it's healthy to lean on this.
But here's the other interesting thing. When it comes to that sort of interpretation, because we have to decide what's the good or the bad interpretation, that means when it comes to what's right and wrong, it's not even the Bible that's deciding. We are. We're the ones with the power of what we get from these stories. To quote the great eco-savior, the power is yours.
Well, I'm not sitting here and saying I believe that like all of morality is derived from the Bible, because at the end of the day, you decide and get to cherry pick what you really, want to value. But all I'm trying to say is that some level there's the placebo effect of faith that kind of gives you hope, and that hope is beneficial. But what Forrest is saying, from what I'm understanding, is that all the other negatives will far outweigh that small benefit, right?
I would argue that even that false hope is not a proof positive either. So, like, a placebo effect, like, that's not that shouldn't be touted as something that's actually a positive. It may help every now and then, but false hope is still false, and so it's still not good for me. And yes, even if I were to agree with you that false hope is inherently a good thing, the bad far outweighs the good. Like, not even close, far outweighs the good. It's like saying meth is good inherently because it makes you stay up late and get more work done. Okay, sure, I can be more productive with meth, but at the end of the day, I promise you it is a net negative for you to be doing meth.
That's fair. Well, okay, I guess I am shifting the goalpost, but I'm talking, what about just faith in general, like spirituality, not necessarily derived from the Bible, just, I guess, belief in the afterlife, spirit, some sort of spirituality. You apply the same sort of conditions you do there, or is it just because the Bible has very specific slavery?
I think it is better. I think it is better to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. And if you don't have a good reason to believe something, if you don't have a good reason to determine whether it's true or false, you should withhold your belief until you have a good reason to believe it. So yeah, I would say believing in the afterlife is still inherently not a safe thing to do, even if it's the most benign way that you can possibly strip this down. So it's just like, I have no religious dogma. I have no baggage from any religion. I just kind of hope that I go somewhere when I die, and I hope it's pleasant. Okay, you're still deciding to believe a thing on bad or no evidence, and that shouldn't be good enough for you, and it opens the door to do equally stupid things when it matters. So yeah, I just don't think it's a good deal.
I would even say counterproductive in that if you push off the idea that when you die, it's just moving someplace else, you don't really come to terms with your mortality. And I hear so many stories of people on their deathbeds afraid of what's going to happen because by not, taking the unfortunate and rather, dark thoughts of what it means to be mortal and not coming to terms with that, and then having all that thrusted upon you in perhaps your last days or last hours. I'm not exactly saying I've got it all worked out and I'm going to be okay if I end up dying, but I am pretty darn confident that when I die, that's the end of me. And everything I do is everything I ever will get done. I'm going to make sure that what I can in this life I know I have, I try to do the good, try to be there for the people I care about, leave some sort of legacy to those who will be after me, and do what I can, of course, to push off that unfortunate day as long as I can, being healthy and doing right.
That is a good point. I have talked to Christians who have admitted that if they did not believe in an afterlife, they would spend more time with their family and treat their families better. But they are so convinced that they are going to have another existence in some theme park somewhere that it's okay for them that they were abusive to their kids and worked all the damn time and never hung out with the people they loved, and it doesn't matter. And so like they are now worse off, and their family is now worse off because they're banking on this amusement park in the sky. And so like, yeah, I think they would be, even in the most benign case where this person just believes in some magical afterlife, I still think that is doing them harm. I still think that that is inevitably harming them and their family and their society. That's why I say like it sounds like I'm just trying to be provocative, but I really am not. That religion as a whole is carcinogenic to society. It is corrosive to civilization. It is destructive to the individual and to the people around them. It is just too dangerous to play with. It is not a safe toy to have. And so I don't think that we should have it. Not going to try to force it away from anybody, but I'm going to work damn hard trying to spend as much as I can of the single life that I know I've got, trying to help free people from the shackles of religion, because it is worth my time to try to help other people have better, happier lives.
I mean, that's a pretty noble pursuit, then. If that is all the case. But
Thank you.
all right, well, I just wanted to run that by you all, and I see your point. You care if I ask one more? I meant to ask this earlier. One last question is completely different.
If it's a short one, yes.
It could be short. I'll try and make it short as possible. So, in preparation to ask this question, I tried to watch the In Light of Evolution series, and I'm gonna probably butcher it because, buddy, I just work on pumps. But is it not possible that there could be theistic evolution due to the fact that there's like emergent evolution? There's different, almost like preset build that all forms of adaptation seem to adhere to. And then I read that if you reverse time and start evolution over again, you would get the same or similar builds and adaptations that we see now that best fit our circumstances, almost as if it was predesigned.
So theistic evolution is one thing that theists will try to do to get away from creationism. Theistic evolution, or even deistic evolution, the idea that either God guided evolution or that God set life up in such a way that evolution would naturally occur the way that it did. Here's the issue with it is, number one, you are right. If we were to reverse time and just start everything over, we would expect the exact same things to evolve. But that's because evolution is based on the niches in which those organisms live. Or in which those organisms fill. So if you were to restart time and change some shit, so we reset Earth and now it's a little bit hotter, or we reset Earth and the asteroid doesn't kill the dinosaurs, or we reset Earth and it's a little bit bigger, so there's a little bit more gravity, like whatever thing, then no, you would not expect evolution to happen the exact same way, and you would not expect anything to, it is, if you run this back the exact same way, you should expect the exact same evolution, because the same niches will be there and the same selection pressures will be there. So that doesn't point to a designer in any way. As far as commonalities, things like convergent evolution, there are some creationists and theistic evolution believers who like to say that, like, this points common adaptation points to common designer. Again, what that points to is common niches. So, like, take for example Australia as opposed to the rest of the world. Australia broke off quite a while ago, but it has similar niches, similar habitats as the rest of the world. And so you end up with, because almost every marsupial ended up in Australia, you end up with marsupial versions of many major animal types that you see all over the place, moles and squirrels and lions and all sorts of other things that we see the same type of animal popping up all over the place. And we just see a marsupial version of it over there because you have the same basic types of ecosystems with the same general selection pressures. And so, like, if I have two things that are both living underwater, I would expect them to co-evolve hydrodynamic body types. I wouldn't expect one of them to be furry and have claws and a prehensile tail and a bunch of adaptations for climbing and shit. I wouldn't anticipate that. I would anticipate that they would become more streamlined and probably get some blubber if they're warm-blooded, and probably have more flipper-like appendages. And so we do in fact see that in both sharks and also sirenians and whales and shit, right? We see these hydrodynamic adaptations coming into play because these organisms live in the same general environment. And so that's just showing how evolution works. It's not showing a common designer at all. And one of the ways that we can further demonstrate that, and not just say that this is a post hoc rationalization, is when we look at things like sirenians or whales. Consider for the fact that whales spend their entire lives underwater. Unlike sirenians, they don't ever come up. Like pinnipeds, things like the sea lions and seals and stuff. They might come out of the water and hang out on land sometimes. Whales never fucking do that, right? And yet, whales have all of the genes necessary for smelling up above water. They're just epigenetically turned off. Fucking why? Unless this was a leftover, unless this was something that's just kind of been hanging around for a long time. And we can also do paleontology and paleoecology and all sorts of really cool reconstructions where we can see, like, for example, that the stable oxygen isotope concentration of whale fossils shows a long transition from living in freshwater and eating and drinking freshwater and eating freshwater foods all the way to drinking saltwater and eating saltwater foods and living in saltwater and everything. And that transition happens to be exactly the same length of time as the fossil transition that we see of whales living on land to whales living in water. And so, like, there's ways that we can double check this shit. That's the thing about evolution. It's not just one line of evidence saying, well, if they were to evolve this way, then we should see this stuff. It's like 15 different lines of evidence that all continue to confirm and point in the same direction and show us again and again and again and again. I think it was Jerry Coyne who said, despite so many attempts to be wrong, evolution keeps coming up right over and over and over and over. Does that make sense?
Okay. But what I'm not following is you're saying it's selection pressures. It's a key determining metric that even if, like, you restart Earth and you change temperature, selection pressures change, and that changes the different adaptations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, therefore, I just don't understand how they can still come to the same build, like flippers, even though it's two different species with, like, completely different genetic makeup, and somehow in the genes, or I guess the allele frequency is what determines that adaptation, right? Like the allele, it makes a new allele, and then
not necessarily, but that's a whole ass conversation.
Okay. I'm just struggling to understand.
Think about, like, it's not just the DNA. Like, is the common oversimplification is, like, literally just the DNA is the thing, and then you evolve, and then the DNA changes, and then you evolve different style. You know what I mean? There's a lot to it. But even if we just boil this down, you can think about development, right? So take a look at baleen whales, right? Baleen whales don't have teeth. Instead, they have these hairs made of keratin, made of the same stuff that your hair is made of, these thick hairs in their mouth, and they take these big gulps of water, and then they push all the water out of their mouth, filtering it through those hairs, and behind the hairs, they trap all the krill, and then they swallow all these krill, and that's how they eat, right? So they didn't have to develop new genes to grow hair in this special place and to stop growing teeth in this place. They already had hair in these areas. They already had the chemical keratin in these areas. All they had to do was turn off the teeth and ramp up the hair. And we see in the development of baleen whales, when baleen whales are developing as embryos, they grow teeth. And then those teeth reabsorb and baleen takes their place. The same way that they also grow hind limb buds that then reabsorb. The same way that you grow a full coat of fur that then you aren't born with usually, right? There's the same way that like lots of these are these remnants that we see in development as well. So like you talk about fins and flippers and stuff. What happens during development is that you get this thing, and then this kind of paddle grows, and then you actually like carve into here. All you have to do is not do that last development part, and you have this solid mass. And that is one of the reasons why, if you look at the front limbs, if you look at the hands, quote, quote, of a whale, they have the exact same bones and the exact same configuration as you and any other mammal. They're just slightly differently shaped. They have the same bones, and those are very different than if you look at the front fins of like a shark or a fish, or like any other kind of fish, I should say, because sharks are fish, but like any ray-finned fish, right? Any fish with bones rather than cartilage. They have very different bone structures if they have bones at all there, right? But whales' fins happen to have the exact same bone structure as you and chickens and lizards and all sorts of other things. And when you look at their hind limbs, they have a pelvis, and they also have femurs, and some species even have a tibia and a fibula bone as well. They're just significantly reduced. And when we look at the fossil record, when we look at whale skulls over the course of this evolutionary time, we see the nasal aperture, this hole in your skull behind your nose, slide back further and further across the skull. We see the tail get bigger and bigger and develop into a fluke. Like, we can literally see these transitions with our own eyes and back them up with the fact, because you could then ask, like, oh, how do you know these are actually whales? How do you know these aren't just other animals, right? The fact that they have this thing called an involucrum, which is a particular thickening of the wall of the auditory bulla. And this involucrum, this one specific bone marker, exists in modern whales, in all fossil whales, and in literally no other animals living or extinct in the entire world. And so this is a homology that we can now link these guys together, right? And so, like,
what is
the point is, again? Homology is the study of similarities between species that are related. So when we talk about, like, we have these guys that share a common ancestor, and they also share common traits, so those are homologies. So studying those similarities. Not every similarity necessarily means they have a common ancestor, so not every similarity is a homology, and not every similarity will... So, like, we could talk about, like, wings, for example. Wings evolved independently in insects and reptiles and mammals, and like, they're totally different structures, right? And they evolved at totally different times for totally different reasons. Birds also. Birds are reptiles, but bird wings evolved at a different time than, like, pterosaur wings. And so when we look at these things, those are not homologous because they don't share a common ancestor that had wings, but, like, their bone structure is fucking homologous for sure, except for insects, and if you go back to insects, you want to tie them in, well, then there are certain genes that are homologous, and we call that a deep homology. And so, like, when we look at these things, we can find similarities that help us to build family trees. And then we can back those up also with isotope ratios. We can back those up with genetics. We can back those up with molecular clocks. We can back those up with a bunch of other shit that ties all that together.
Sorry, Colin Studio just dropped.
No shit.
I noticed. Yeah.
I heard a ding dong. Yeah, no, the show ended on Colin Studio. Fuck.
And we had another caller waiting patiently, unfortunately, from Australia.
Yeah, and they were waiting for a while. Well, the call-in studio broke. And we have an error message here, and I blame Jimmy Snow. But unfortunately, that is our last call for the night, it seems. And I'm sorry, Ryan, if you had any more questions, please call me sometime if you have more questions about evolution.
Yeah, Ryan, we were having, I think, a really good, productive conversation on a whole bunch of things. So thank you for calling in, and we'll try to make sure the technology doesn't fight against us.
Yeah. Fuck, man. But the one thing we learned, that I fucking we talked about meth being useful but not worth it, and I remember. Did you ever watch the show AP Bio with Glenn Howerton?
No.
Phenomenal show, and like I love. They have the meth song in there. They have the principal of the high school like writing these little songs about different drugs to teach the kids, about drugs and everything. His meth song was meth gives you joy that only gods can experience, but don't do it. And that's the whole song. It's just so good. All I can think of whenever I think about this shit.
Well, my mind goes a bit different. Yeah.
What's your line?
Oh, if you're familiar with South Park, the student counselor, Mr. Mackey, his anti-drug speech. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad, okay?
Drugs are bad, okay? Yeah. Okay. Drugs are bad.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's not as melodic. All right.
It is so good.
So, we got some super chats to take care of, but it is worth noting that even though sometimes the technology here does a little bit of things on the fritz, the line has a lot of other good, stable technology shows, and we got a few of them coming up this week. So as a reminder, tomorrow we got Chewed Gum with Alyssa and Eve Was Framed. Wednesday we got The Hang Up with Matt and Neil. Thursday we got the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Arden and Josie, and then Sunday the double kicker of the Sunday show, where you'll see Forrest and I again in the evening. And, well...
It'd be great.
Hopefully call in Studio Hode so we can go... What's the longest you and Erica have gone? I think it's, 8 hours?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I ought to try to push for such... A lot of people would be hurt along the way, and my wife would also start questioning a lot of my life choices if I did that, but I'm also stupid and competitive.
Yeah, I get it. That's great.
We'll see where it goes. All right, let's switch over to some super duper chats.
Yeah, let me close both super and duper. I'm closing my thing so I can move my dumb camera. There we go. All right, I'm ready for super chats. I'm prepared.
All right, I'll take the first one. So,
oh fuck, I gotta move this too. Okay, yeah, we're
we
good.
got
We're good.
$5 from. Okay, all right. So we got $5 from Zurith Moonpaw. If biology is chemistry in action and chemistry is physics in action, is physics math in action? Hashtag dissect the science. Hashtag math is the universe. Naked. Universe naked. Thank you. Yeah.
That was a question. Do you think so?
Oh, I wasn't sure if it was actually a question. We can keep going. Math is basically applied logic. And logic is language. So the universe was spoken into existence. There's Genesis 1:1 for you. Bam.
Yeah,
See, I can do theism better.
Up in here. Right?
Unfortunately, then, by the way, and then, of course, what was it? Melchior came along and broke the harmony, and that's why there's dissent and such in the world.
Yeah. By the way, that said dissect the science, and it reminded me, I just gave a speech in Kansas City, and I do this stupid joke at the beginning of the show. I was like, are there any children in the audience? Get rid of them. Get these kids out of here. And someone shouted out from the crowd, he'll dissect them. So fuck all of you for making that just a consistent part of my career now, that the strangers in other cities know this. $5 from Zurich Moonpar. Do you ever watch science heavy shows with your fields and go, that's not how that works? All the fucking time. When I have time to watch a thing, I am constantly frustrated. In fact, that is where the idea for Reacteria came from. Amber told me that I should watch like Jurassic Park or something and talk about how wrong it is.
The funny thing is, I was watching a video describing the movie The Core, and apparently the writers and directors for that movie thought they had actually gotten the science right. And when I watched even just parts of it, I was just like, ripping my hair out. It's like, that's not how anything works ever. I don't know if you've seen this film. You don't need to, but it exists.
I watched the new Alien movie and was super frustrated by the physics. And I was like, she's shooting these things and their acid blood isn't coming back at her. What is that? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, that's crazy. Just the Newton wasn't Newtoning. $10 from Jason Jones. Forrest, I emailed you from your Valkai Labs thing. Paul's Valley's first Pride event on June 1st at Wacker Park, or Wacker Park? I'm going to say Wacker Park. Hosted by rural Oklahoma Pride. We may need help down here if anyone wants to brave it. I did see that email, and I actually looked at how far away that was from me, and it's I'm going to be busy on that day, and I wish that I could make it. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to be, that's June 1st. Yeah, I will actually be out of the country on that day. That's what I will be doing. I will be on an island in Southeast Asia talking about orangutans on that day. But I did see that email.
He hates this event so much. You hate this event so much, you went to the other side of the world to avoid it.
Yes. If you go, if anybody is around the Pauls Valley area or around that part of Oklahoma and wants to go show support, I encourage you to do so. That sounds incredibly cool, and I wish that I could be there. I will be thoroughly fucked off at the time, unfortunately. But please send my regards to everybody there.
All right. Now, another $5 from Zerth Moonpaw. I can't wait to see you at the Fayette Public Library via the N-Warf. I'm
It's
terrible
Dwarf.
with you don't have
It's
any.
Dwarf.
Warf. I'm sorry. Yeah, I need more vowels. I'll be there, and I would love a hug if I'm not too sweaty, because July.
Yes, in Fayetteville, Arkansas, the Northwest Arkansas Freedom from Religion Foundation, or the Ozarks chapter of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. And yes, I will be there in July, talking about how science makes you a better person. And I'm okay with some hugs. I'm okay with occasional hugs. I don't do too many of them, but I'll do some.
Just be careful.
You can go to valkailabs.com.
Just be careful if you're hugging a unicorn. That horn could really hurt you.
Sharpness. Go to valkailabs.com and see all my speaking engagements for the rest of the year right there. $20 from Jamnik 06. You sook. You don't know me. You don't know what I am, and you don't know what I can do. You're right, though. That person in the chat who got timed out that said that I was a smug little bastard, I want that person to call in. Because if that's the most interesting thing they have to say about me, they don't know me very well. They're right.
All right, we got $20 from Alishana Silverbow. You such. Oh yes, more umlauts bitte.
What's happening with this? What is this the new thing we're doing? We just talking about sucking. What did I ask for?
At the beginning of the show, you said send in super chats, even if it just says you suck.
Oh, I genuinely 100% don't remember doing that, but that's great. Thank you for the super chats. Do you remember that I did that? I have no idea. Man, cool. $10 from Hypa. I hate these two hosts very much. These despicable people make me want to hate watch their next show. That's the wrong there. Hit the like button with hatred and send a super chat filled with anger. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you.
Now, I do remember I said, yes, if you hate us, definitely send us a super chat. So I do remember saying that. And Hypa, you disgust me for doing this. I hope you keep it up.
That does sound familiar. Telling people to send super chats about how much they hate us, that does sound funny. That sounds like some dumb shit that I would say.
All right.
Oh man. Are you reading this? What okay, sorry. $10 from Bob Champagne. I hate you both so much. I just had to give you money, grr, or something. Yeah, that makes sense. It's all coming together now.
Yeah. All right, we got £5 from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. A kid at Chester Zoo asked me the perfect question the other day. After I told him about capybaras, he asked, "How do you know?" Kids going places.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what's up. $10 from Ash Glitch. Linguistics has their own creationist myths in the Tower of Babel. It truly is just like science. Yes. Yes.
Ooh. Can I throw in a little bit of anecdote there?
Please.
When I was at Michigan State University doing my undergrad stuff, one of the professors there in the philosophy department is, or was at least, maybe still there, Roger Pennock, who wrote an extremely important anti-creationist book at that time. And on the cover was the Tower of Babel, and actually used the Tower of Babel story as a parallel version of, hey, language is a lot like evolution, and it has to deal with this form of creationism as well. And the Tower of Babel story is just as stupid in linguistics as the creation story is in biology. Pennock was
great.
A really brilliant philosopher. I don't know if he's still up to this stuff.
That's great. That is great.
I can't remember. I think he testified at the Dover trial, but I can't remember for sure.
Earl Janssen.
All right. Okay, we got $5 from Space Barbarian. I've been told this is a sick burn in the sciences. Those hosts aren't even wrong. Ooh, take my money. Yeah, that is a good burn. I think it goes back to Wolfgang Pauli, a physicist, early in the quantum revolution. I forget who he said it to, but saying like, yeah, this work is so bad it's not even wrong.
Nice. $5 from Blackwater Ted. Question: how many Trump cabinet members does it take to put in a light bulb? Answer: not many. They're really good at raising an arm for some reason. Yeah, bro. It's real shit.
All right, we got €10 from Paulfly. What do you call a product approved by Poseidon? Trident tested.
All right, I'll take it.
It's a little fishy, but I'll accept it.
Nice. You know why pirates can't recite the alphabet?
Why is that?
Because they always get lost at sea.
Okay. I can't argue with that.
That's good. That's very good. $5 from Jamnik06. Do you know why the little Little Mermaid wears seashells? Because B shells and D shells don't fit correctly. Hashtag nautical jokes. Hashtag Payfly started it. Who's Payfly? I don't know what it is. Something about the high seas. I don't know.
Was the
There's something.
Super chat.
I think this is about cup size.
Okay. No, it is for sure. I just didn't know who that person was.
Okay. All right, we got $5 from Zoran, and I am going to apologize right now. Sutskovic. I am sorry, I probably didn't pronounce that within 10 miles of the correct version.
You were close based on what this person told us last time. Hi! Yeah, no, this person sent several super chats last time trying to get us to pronounce their last name, and I think you were close. I think what you said might have been pretty spot on. And then, hey, I got an easy one. $5 from Jamnik06. Hi, Aaron.
Hi.
This could be the whole
all
show.
Right.
Send more super chats like that. Make that all the rest of them.
All right, we got $4.99 from Sarah Christine and the rest of the world. Wow, that's a big crowd.
Right,
okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Forrest and
only
Aaron.
$5 between all of you.
Well, the tariffs, you have to understand. Yeah.
That's what it is.
The Penguins having to pay an extra 10% now.
They can't afford the super chat.
Yep.
That's great. $5 from Alea Shauna Silverbow. Donkey! I'm assuming that it was a Shrek reference and not a Balaam reference from the Bible.
Well, to which we can nonetheless say, nice boulder.
Nice boulder.
It's one of the few things I remember from Shrek. All right. We got $5 from Blackwater Ted. Are you a DNA strand? because I can totally see you unzipping my genes later. Hold on.
You should. The enzyme that unzips your DNA is called. The enzyme that does that is called helicase. So you could use that and say like you're like helicase. You just want to unzip my genes or something like that. $5 from Dominic Mancini. Two of my favorite scientists. I need to know more about I need to know your favorite dinosaurs, please. My favorite is Therizinosaurus, 2-foot-long claws. Fun fact, when people ask me what my favorite dinosaur is, I usually just say Therizinosaurus as well, for that reason. Because they're just stupid. They're just stupid with the claws. What about you?
Oh, man. You know, if I were 5, I could give you a proper answer. But you know what? I'm going to be unorthodox and controversial. Brontosaurus, because it doesn't exist, which means we yet to need to find it again.
There you go.
We got another $5 from Alishana Silverbow. 2,000 years from now, scholars will debate whether there really was a Forrest Valkai, or if Tommy Valkai just made him up. Hashtag, they'll never catch Tommy Valkai.
I hate how real that possibly is. If I'm influential enough, I hate how real that possibly is. $4.99 from Current Date and Time. Didn't throw up. April 7th at 9:16 p.m. just sent $5 to say, for Dr. Adair, is it fair to say relativity implies the universe is a painting without a canvas, and precepts are wrong, and it needs no foundation? There's some words for you. Think about that.
Painting without a canvas. So here's the one way that was popping into my head with relativity and canvases and paintings. So what is time? Philosophers actually have different ways of understanding time, and only one of them is consistent with the special theory of relativity. So basically, with time, does the past exist or does it no longer exist? Does it like once exist and no more, and the future doesn't exist and then will exist for a moment and then end? Basically, it's often called presentism. Only the present actually exists. But that is what's often called the A theory of time. The B theory of time is that all times exist, but that also means like the future and past exist at the same time as the present, which sounds weird, but that's the most consistent with the block universe, which is what is implied by special and general relativity, that all of time and all of existence exists at once. So it's basically like, it's not like you're watching a movie frame by frame. It's the entire reel of the film is already displayed.
The way I had it described to me, and you can tell me if this makes any fucking sense, is like if you had like a stack of paper. So you've got like if you were to hold a book on its side and you have this stack of paper here, and you were to draw a line down across the stack of paper, you could go page by page to see where the line is, but the whole line is always there. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like if I were to like take the side of a book and draw across it, I could, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's another way of thinking about it. Yeah, I just usually try to think of it in movie terms, like the entire movie reel. Like if we're dealing with the old technology of actual frames on cellular, that entire reel exists at once. We experience it frame by frame, but the whole thing exists at once, and that's what the block universe is. I also bring this up because the Kalam cosmological argument assumes the A theory of time. So all you have to do is point out and say, hey, that theory of time is inconsistent with what we know about time from special and general relativity. And you basically just scienced your way out of that stupid philosophical argument.
I do like that. That's fun.
Yeah. All right. $10 from Gnorp Flurbsen. I'm adding umlauts to that name. I'm just seeing if it's an anagram or something. All right. As an evolutionary biologist, what is the situation with natural or biological versus other means of lifestyle and body modification, altering our genome or regularly perform alterations, etc. Homo cyberneticus?
I don't understand what you're asking me. Like, what is the difference between these things, or like how are we like conflating these things, or how are these two things existing together? The way that I'm reading this, just as plain text here, is that like, where are we at? Is where I'm getting this, and so it's like there's always natural selection that's always happening. You can't stop that unless you have Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, which we don't. There are, as I talked about with, I believe it was Maureen's call, there are ways that we are changing the selection pressures. That's pretty much been the story of humankind, especially for the past 20 or so thousand years, has been removing as many selection pressures from us as possible. But adding on to that, like there's still, microplastics are influencing our lives. Smog is influencing our lives. The air quality, water quality, like these things still influence our lives. So they are still creating selection pressures for us. We will continue to try to improve biomedical science to get around some of that shit. But at the end of the day, we are always going to have selection pressures added to us. The idea of like, we talk about like transhumanism or whatever like that, is to get to a point where we can really, really, really impact that in a major technological way. But I don't think we're anywhere close to like the kind of leap that people talk about with that. When you talk about like Homo cyberneticus and things like that, it's like that is so far in the future to get to like the whole Deus Ex human revolution style things. That's we're not even close to being close yet, as far as I know.
I was interpreting this a little bit differently in that when it comes to say body modification, no matter how many generations you do to the body modification to a lineage, that doesn't make it heritable. So like
right.
Various groups of people have been doing circumcision for a long time, but people aren't born without a foreskin from that. So in the same sort of way that unless you actually change the genome, it's not heritable, and so it's not natural or biological in that way. So that's the only distinction I can think of relative to what the reader or the commenter was saying.
Yeah, that's like the Lamarckian evolution, and yeah, you're right. There are epigenetic changes you can make that are Lamarckian in nature, where you can change one person and then have that be a heritable change. And there's also CRISPR and other like gene technologies, genetic therapies. But as far as just like a way where we can actually practically influence human evolution deliberately right now, there is no way to do that without just heavy leaning on like some bullshit eugenics misunderstanding of how evolution actually works.
And with that, what could possibly go wrong?
Right? $5 Canadian from David Haxor says #Team Arden1. Arden's not even here right now. She's not going to know you did this. Fucking sending your 5 simp coins for somebody who isn't even around. David Haxor, we'll see you.
$10 from Trayton. Had another argument today with my religious mother. Now, all I fear I did was reaffirm the stereotype that all atheists were just hurt by the church. My mom heard me, but I didn't listen. I cried today. Trayton, I'm sorry to hear that, and that this is an issue with you and your family, because I don't want anyone's families to be hurting, and I'm sorry that this is something you're dealing with.
I would reach out to Recovery from Religion and see if they have some ways to like maybe get through to your mom, or maybe just like help yourself deal with what's going on, because that fucking sucks, sincerely. $10 from Terrible Liar. Quick question. Light exists before the things that make light, like stars. Light seems like such a fundamental thing in physics to me. Isn't there a way for light to exist without stars and such? Yeah, literally anything that has any kind of heat gives off light. So like, yeah, the universe was bathed in light when it was Earth starting, but like the way that the Bible describes it, that doesn't sound really true. And that's also why I was willing to let that part go and really focus on plants. How the fuck did plants happen before stars? Because sure enough, there was not enough just cosmic microwave background radiation that was somehow still hot enough or high enough frequency to be visible light to be able to bond to that the chlorophyll there and like make that shit work. No.
In fact, it reminds me, the line in the Bible that upsets me the most is in Genesis 1. He made the stars also. It is such an afterthought to the rest of the universe that it is not even possible to think this is something the highest being in creation could write. To write off trillions of worlds and possible civilizations as just dots in the sky. It's just so upsetting to my sense of what the universe actually is. It cannot be written by someone who doesn't know what the universe is beyond, oh, when the clouds go up, I see lines in the sky. That one looks like a doggy. It's like, ugh, come on, we can do better. We have done better.
Right?
Oh, all right. Okay, we got $6.99 Canadian from Maureen O'Hara. Thank you guys for making science understandable to a non-scientist.
That's what we're here for.
We try.
Thank you very much. It's very kind. Real yawnsome and sleepsome. $20 from Sentient Tree. Question for Aaron. Aaron Raw's not here either. A question for Aaron. Which sci-fi show do you think is the most realistic future for the timeline to reach? Question for Forrest. Would you ever make a video about derived or basal traits and critters like the platypus who still persist today? Yours is first.
Yeah. Geez, the show just left my head. It's been moved to Amazon, and I've read the book series. It's based on, why is it leaving my head? But it's got like people on Mars. It's got the Builters. The name, The Expanse. The Expanse. There we go. Yes, thank you. That series went out of its way to try to be more grounded in science, other than maybe the propulsion system they use, so that way you can get around the solar system in a matter of months rather than decades. But besides that, it tries to do a lot to make, hey, this is what like combat in space would be like. Here's probably what society will be like, where we have still a really shitty class system. It'll be multiplanetary. So in many ways, that is probably our more immediate future. I want the Star Trek future in that, you know, the sort of society it can reflect, especially in like, say, the Next Generation. But I don't think we're going to ever have warp drive. I'm really dubious about transporters. But the hope that world has is the sort of thing that makes me, you know, want humanity to reach for the stars, because it has that beautiful optimism to it. There's going to be a lot of crap that gets in the way along that, but we can still look for those shining examples.
Probably is the answer to my question. I want to go back and continue making biologic and like digging into like introductory biology lessons, and I've got tons of tabs open right now on my computer. I've got, let me see here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 10 Word documents currently open of like different scripts and shit that I'm currently working on, of just like ideas that I want to explore. And like, that is one of them. If I can do like some more introductory evolution, because like the Light of Evolution series was supposed to be standalone. But if I can do some more like introductory just stuff, like how we classify things, I could do a whole video over like systematics and like how we can say what is a synapomorphy versus a plesiomorphy versus a homoplasy versus whatever, and like what does derived mean and what does ancestral mean, and that would be really, really cool. So yeah, I would love to do that. It's just a matter of when.
Europe.
Oh fuck! I thought it was you. God damn it! $5 from PhD Tony. Cosmogenic exposure ages of interstellar dust embedded in meteorites are billions of years older than the sun or the Earth. That's very cool, Tony. But have you heard of Jesus?
He may have.
It's just, yeah, though, for real. Just a thing to consider.
All right, we got $5 from Cursed Chaos. You can be a married bachelor if you have any bachelor's degree and are married. See, this is in what philosophy is called a use mention error, where we know what bachelor means in one context, but we're using it from a different context, and it confuses things. When we say a married bachelor is an example of a contradiction, we know what bachelor means in the sense of a person who is not married. So you are indeed bringing the chaos, but I am putting a hex on your curse so it cancels out. That's how magic works, right?
Yeah, pretty much. $4.99 from Minutemen1. I was permanently banned from Reddit today for making fun of Islam. What is the world coming to if you can't laugh at fairy tales? You know, it's funny. Islam is another one of those where like people conflate a religion with an ethnicity or with a people group. And so like I have no like it's where you get the word like Islamophobic. Like that was an Islamophobic thing to say. And by Islamophobic, they mean racist. And it's like, no, fuck Islam. You don't want to be Muslim phobic. Don't be hateful towards Muslims. Don't be Arab phobic. Don't be hateful towards Arabs. Don't be any of the but Islamophobic. If you're speaking out against Islam, yeah, fuck Islam. It's just as bad, if not worse, as Christianity or any of these other ones. Like, sure, don't be shitty towards Muslims. In the same way, I wouldn't encourage anyone to go be an asshole towards Christians or be an asshole towards Buddhists or be an asshole towards Hindus. But you should absolutely criticize their beliefs. And I think we talked. Was it on this show? No, it was. It was just before the show. I was listening to Owen Morgan talking about like Israel and how it's an ethno state and an apartheid state, and that was kind of the same thing. It's like we have gotten to this point on the internet where like if you criticize the actions of Israel, you are criticizing the entirety of Judaism and Jewish people around the world, and it's like no. That's not how that works. And as long as we pretend like that's how it works, we cannot progress.
Let's also throw in a bit of trivia, just also to break the idea that when you think Muslim, you think Arab. What country has the greatest Muslim population?
I imagine somewhere in Africa, I'm going to say.
If memory serves, it's Indonesia.
Indonesia, really?
Yeah, correct.
Huh. There you go. Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah.
I was going to guess North Africa.
All right,
That's
we got
wild.
$10 from RC Undefined. Question. I'm an atheist and an activity director in a nursing home. Apologies for my ability to read. Okay.
One of those.
Is it moral and or ethical for me to lead residents in church services and rosary prayers if they don't know I'm an atheist?
I would say don't do that because at the very fundamental of it, my perception is that it's disrespectful to pretend to be participating in someone's religion. But maybe it's not. And maybe you're giving these people comfort when they need it most. And maybe that's a thing that can help them. I don't know. I think it's a very gray area.
It really will depend a lot also on, the religious context. I mean, I'm not a believer, and yet I've gone to religious services, I've gone to Catholic churches and still like participate in mass, if for no other reason, so I'm not the one standing out who's just sitting in the pews while everyone else is getting their bread and wine, because that's even more hard to explain. Technically, that should kill me. I think it's in 2 Corinthians of someone who wasn't a proper believer, took communion, and was struck to death. I forget the details. I'm probably got it all mixed up in my head right now. But apparently I'm playing with my immortal soul by trying to commune while not being one with the body of Christ. So that's a risk I've been willing to take. Most importantly, if you are there trying to be good to people, I do not think this is necessarily a moral failing. So long as you're not actively lying to them about what you believe, or telling what they should believe that you don't actually believe, I just see it as ritual activity, and I don't necessarily see it as necessarily, at least, immoral or unethical. So I'm lenient on this sort of thing.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. Like if they come to you for spiritual advice and you try to steer them in a direction, then that sounds pretty icky. But like, I don't know. It is a very weird way. Also, as far as like risking your life because God will kill you for taking communion. God kills a guy for pulling out in Genesis. So like, flip, dude. Like we're all taking risks all the time. $5 from Stomp 10. What would you do if you had if you switched bodies with Ken Ham for a day? My biggest concern would be that he would certainly use my platform to try to spread Christianity, and I have cultivated a platform full of people who are very, skeptical and rational, and so they would not fucking believe me if I came back and said, "Y'all, I had a Freaky Friday moment with this fucking Australian grifter," and so like he would. If he was like, "Oh, there was an atheist in my body. It wasn't my fault." Yeah, they'd be like, "Oh, yeah, that happens. Magic is real." But like my audience wouldn't. So I don't know. I think I would have to like start like preparing or writing a thing that only I would know. I don't know.
I'm realizing that if I switched bodies with him, I would also inherit the Australian accent, so I would just abuse that and just do a Steve Irwin impression the whole time and just go crikey for the entire 24 hours until the curse lifts. And so I would at least have the correct accent, but it would, of course, confuse the rest of the staff at Answers in Genesis when their CEO sounds like a bad version of Steve Irwin just on repeat.
Right.
It's you or me? I forgot now. I think it's my turn.
You go. You do the thing.
All right. Okay, we got $10 from Storm Chaser Noah. Glad to see you haven't been blown away with all the spinny boys.
Yeah. Are you getting spinny boy? I don't know where you're located, but I'm good up
I'm
here.
in the Boston area, so tornadoes are infrequent.
Nice. Yeah, no, we're just fine here in Oklahoma. We was on fire for a little while, but that's nothing too new.
I do remember though. I was sitting right here in this spot. This was about a month ago, and I noticed like my desk was shaking, and like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Geez, is there like a big truck going by?" And I later see it's like, "Oh no, there was a small earthquake north of us."
It's freaky.
And I didn't even know we did get earthquakes, but it was noticeable.
Yeah, we've been getting them from time to time here in Oklahoma, especially as they ramp up fracking, and it fucking sucks, dude. 1999 from Dances with Turtles. Nice. So Michael claims birds came out of the water in Genesis. How long until creationists assert flying fish exocetidae are a genetic link to birds? Should fit their narrative. Seems like likely a win, at least in their propaganda. Yes, flying fish are a convergent property with fucking whales and birds and something else.
I just remembered one other reason now you need to go and watch Battlestar Galactica. Fracking?
God.
That is the curse word they use in that show continuously instead of the F word. Nice. It was their way to, use hard swears but not get overly censored, even though on cable TV. So everything is like, what the frack? Frack this. Fracking. So it was before fracking became a word in that other context. So yeah. All
That's
right.
excellent.
We got $4.99 from Hipster Doofus. Forrest, are you keeping the special callers on longer to build back your intelligence meter after its depletion at the STEM conference? Hashtag SDDM YGH GFYJ. I know that's Go Fuck Yourself, Jimmy. The other ones I'm not so sure.
We got to stop with the hashtag acronyms. We have too many acronyms. Nobody can keep track of the I was blown away by DAF. I had to learn what that was. As a whole, just we gotta start typing out things, y'all. Let's just start typing things out. We got too much of this. Yeah, no, I being at the STEM conference and being around all those incredibly intelligent kids, I have never felt fucking dumber. And it was really incredible. So if there is a way to build that back up, build some confidence up, like that would be great. But as of right now, I'm just going to keep reading and crying and trying to deal. $10 from Motherfucker Jones. Aaron, would it be fair to characterize dark energy as essentially reality being continuously minted? I'm sorry I'm yawning so much. I don't know why. Just suddenly a wave hit me of yawns. Continuously minted. And is it what was responsible for the initial inflation of the universe?
So I'll answer the latter half because I think that I can respond to a bit better. When I've talked to other people who have looked into inflation, they don't think it's necessarily the same thing, inflation being the same thing as dark energy. But since we don't really know what dark energy is, it's really, really hard to say one way or the other. But it's also worth noting, actually, one of the problems that inflation has had is basically what is the mechanism for making it essentially turn off in our universe and its effects to like go away completely. That has not been fully explained. It's one of the issues with cosmic inflation. But it seems like dark energy and inflation might have some similarities, but we can't say it's caused by the same thing, and especially because the most common version of dark energy is the cosmological constant, and the idea there is that basically this is some sort of like uncanceled out quantum effect in space and time itself, and this would just be some sort of, well, constant for all of space. It wouldn't be the inflation field, which would also then be causing exponential growth constantly. And again, this is also complicated because of the recent results, at least trying to argue for the dark energy not being constant, so you can't model it with a cosmological constant. In other words, really hard to know what the relationship might be if one exists, because we got two big unknowns, and a lot of science needs to be done to make progress there. As for reality being minted, I'm not sure what that would ultimately mean, so I can't comment. I guess I'll just say that one of the last major jobs that Isaac Newton had was he was in charge of the Royal Mint and prosecuted and executed counterfeiters.
Yeah, idiot. $5 from Regato. Those creatures are not real dire wolves, by the way. They are gray wolves that look sort of like dire wolves. I'd rather have a cat anyway. What creatures? What are we talking about?
Oh, I guess you haven't been seeing this. Apparently, like the headline is they resurrected the dire wolf.
Oh, hell yeah. No, I haven't been paying attention. I've been doing dumb things. I also, speaking of wolves, somebody, when we were talking about Battlestar Galactica, said that I would be a Daggett. And I looked that up, and it's a dog. And I just want to throw out there that my favorite cartoon when I was a kid, one of my favorite cartoons was The Angry Beavers, which features Norbert and Daggett, the beavers. And I always felt that I was more of a Daggett in that show. And that's what I thought you were talking about. And I got really excited. And then I saw it's this fucking space dog, and I was sad. So fuck you to whoever said I was a Daggett and got my hopes up that you might understand me on a deep level. You don't. You think I'm a space dog. How dare you?
Well, Forrest, I do appreciate that you brought this information up because I thought you had the symptoms of beaver fever.
Yeah, I do. I always do.
I watch the I watch the cartoon too, so it lives rent free in certain parts of my head.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It is genuinely just a phenomenal fucking show. That Ed, and Eddie, and like Homestar Runner, and like it was so foundational to like so much of my humor and so much of like how I make videos and shit today. It's just
Well, best I can do is read this super chat for $10 from Stanley G. Hi, Forrest. Just saw a video on a couple dire wolves being birthed. Was curious the evolutionary biologist's perspective on potentially unextincting species in the future.
So the biggest issue is that we don't have all of the DNA for these things. So like when we talk about, like, for example, when they've been talking about resurrecting the woolly mammoth for the past couple of decades, right? The thing is, we don't have like a complete sequence of that DNA, and so there are inevitably some parts where we just have to like plug in elephant DNA, just to kind of fill in the blanks. I don't know how bad the situation is with dire wolves, but I imagine it's at least close, or a similar situation where we're going to have to say, like, okay, here's what we got on this, and then we need to plug in the closest canid we can find, and that estimation and that decision on who is the most closely related, that's a whole other thing that you have to study and decide now. And then how you actually like plug those things in, and like what justification you have for replacing one gene or the other, that's a whole other thing. And so, like, is it possible to do this? Sure. Is it as easy as we like to pretend when we talk about it? No, not at all. And will it be as clean or as simple? No, fucking no. But yeah, there's I think it's worth doing to learn, to study these things as best we can. I think there's a lot of potential there. I just don't think it's as fun as like what people talk about in news headlines. You know what I mean?
Well, I think more importantly is that it's necessary that we need to bring back up the population of direwolves, and we need to increase our production of dragon glass so that way we can properly combat the White Walkers when they try to come over the wall.
For sure. That is the way. That is the way we have to do it.
You're right.
Is this me or is this you? Oh, fuck.
I think so.
Schwarzschild. I say Schwarzschild because I say it wrong. Solving the Einstein equations in the trenches while I still need to use my hands to visualize cross products. Thanks, Soupy Doob. Yeah, absolutely. That's precisely how fucking Isaac Newton fucking was presented with Kepler's laws and Kepler's equations, and how Kepler had these fucking ellipses with these two focal points, and that's what things were orbiting. And people were like, what the fuck are these ellipses all about, Isaac Newton? And Isaac Newton was like, fucking you idiot, it's not an ellipse at all, it's a conic section, and I know that because I just invented integral and differential calculus. And then he turned 26. Like, that's what the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
I think I've seen the meme before. It's like Isaac Newton invented calculus one summer. Do you know how bored you have to be to invent calculus?
Right.
All right.
God.
We got $10 from Motherfucker Jones. Aaron, you mentioned the Big Bang overcoming a sort of escape velocity of the universe. Was that by a wide margin or just barely? So, in a sense, because the geometry of the universe seems to be what we call as a flat geometry, so there's this is where the analogy kind of breaks down when I try using that Newtonian conception and applying it to Einsteinian general relativity. But effectively, if we keep following the analogy, the universe will launch at exactly escape velocity. That the geometry of a universe is basically, there's like that perfect matching between the potential to collapse in and there being enough oomph at the beginning to keep going out. So if it weren't for dark energy, we would say it's like, oh yeah, it was exactly the escape velocity. But dark energy is coming along and it's like saying, yeah, it's the exact right amount of energy, but there's also this component that causes the universe to keep expanding and getting bigger and bigger, and it's doing whatever the hell it wants to right now because we can't tell if it's constant or not. So,
I just want to throw out there that because we talked about the Angry Beavers, as you started answering this, I put on the Angry Beavers theme in the background just to kind of hear it and just be happy. And it ended exactly as you went, bah! And it was perfectly timed. Like that whole thing you said. Go back and rewatch that, audience, and play the Angry Beavers theme and tell me it doesn't enhance exponentially that discussion of physics. It really did add to it, and it was perfect.
I'm now also remembering an essay I had to write back, I think 7th grade. The Angry Beavers was on at that time, and our assignment was to basically rewrite Greek myths, and I was rewriting the story of Prometheus stealing fire from Zeus. And
Mhm.
I used a line from the Angry Beavers for how that was done. That Zeus got fooled because Prometheus basically shouted, "Look, balloons!" And Zeus just turning around and looking for that. And that scene from the show just became that piece of literature and is my best contribution to fiction writing that I'm
I love it.
capable of.
I love it.
Which peaked in 7th grade.
Once in grad school, I was writing an essay about like Marxist archaeological theory and like the development of human civilization. It was for my work in anthropology, and it was for this archaeological theory course where we had to like really dig into like thinking about how civilization was doing stuff. And I cited Jake the dog from Adventure Time, who said something along the lines of back in the old days, people were just scroobling and scrobbling, and then the biggest, strongest people took the prettiest, greenest lands for themselves, and then they built a wall and said, "This is the law. That's fair now." As soon as they were in control, they changed the rules up. And I quoted that whole thing, and I even cited like the episode and everything like that. It's so good. Got an A on that paper. $4.99 from Kyle Molkins. I think you eventually get to a point where you no longer care if God exists. I mean, yeah, it's like I have no reason to think this is real, and at a certain point, just like fuck it, you know.
We got $25 from June Urich. You bastard! You quoted Samwise Gamgee. Take my money.
There you go. I'll do it again. Potatoes. That's the meme. 5 frigid, colorful dollars from Asher the Disaster. By the way, I frequently will refer to Canada as like the frigid, frozen wastelands of the North and shit like that whenever I do the show. I have gotten multiple hate mails, emails from people talking about how I'm so rude to Canada. So this person living in hell itself, Canada, sent $5 to say, Forrest, since you're going to be in southern Alberta, you should visit the Royal Tyrrell Museum. Would make a great road trip video. I think I actually was offered to do so, but I will be flying out the day that everybody else is going to go. But I really, really want to. That sounds fun as fuck. So I may have to go back someday.
All right. We got $5 from the Soul Phoenix. What would your advice be on how to respond to apathy? I've encountered people who seem to have no interest in history, science, anything nonfiction.
Do you have one? Because I can say some stuff, but like,
I only got bad ideas, like slap them and say that's your first lesson in momentum transfer. I'm not very good at this.
I would say like there really is, it sucks, but like when you get miserable and you get apathetic and you get worn down, like you kind of get into a funk, and sometimes you really do need something or someone to like actually physically shake you out of it sometimes. And so like I would say if you have somebody who's just no interest in anything, holy shit, what a boring way to live. And I would like just encourage them to get out of their comfort zone and see what happens to them. And if you can't force them to, you can't push a person up a ladder, but like, I would encourage them to just like, I would be, if that was my friend, I would be a friend and try to pull them out of their comfort zone a little bit and like get them to see what like is actually out there and get out of that funk, shake that funk off. I'm looking right now, by the way. So I work with this company called Trova Trip. That's why I did the trips to the Galapagos. I'm going to Malaysia. I'm going to Germany. These are all through this company called Trova Trip, and I'm seeing what other itineraries they offer, and they have 6 of them for Canada. And I'm going to see if they have any that involve like wildlife stuff or like science stuff, or like maybe we can build one that's all wildlife and science and stuff. Because like how great to host a trip. The locations are fucking stunning. And if we can go see these places, Banff, or various fjords, that would be a pretty fucking tight adventure. And if we can learn some stuff about the ecology of those regions, I'd be very into that.
only other thing I can think to add is interest is somewhat infectious. So if you're showing interest, that might get them out of the funk, because it's like, why is my friend so interested in this thing? And whether that's science or whether it's My Little Pony, one way or another, when you show you're into something, people get curious, and that curiosity can get infectious. So, so we're pro science, and I guess pro brony.
Bro, brony.
Do bronies still exist? I honestly
That's
don't
great.
know.
I've fucking probably. I don't know. This one is in what is this? This one goes across. It's like right there on the border, and it's got what is this? Hiking up some trails. It's got whitewater rafting, hiking on a glacier. I might check this one out sometime. Because like if we can go learn some Canadian animals, I'm just getting excited about possibilities here. Forgive me, I'm being stupid. $5 from Snake Pliskin. Forrest, monumental thanks for visiting Oasis, Kansas City. Your presentation was fantastic. Thank you very much. I regret not shaking your hand, and thank you in person. I appreciate you being there. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it. It seemed like the whole thing was more or less well received. I don't think I got any complaints, but you did, like, as far as shaking my hands concerned, we had a long line of selfies and stuff, so you would have been there for a while anyway. But I really appreciate you being there. Thank you very much for showing up, hanging out.
All right, we got $9.99 from Chroma K. If you were God, as omniscient and omnipotent as possible, how would you go about creating the universe, if you would at all? What would you do with any life in that universe? I'm curious. My first thought would be, why have a universe made out of material? Basically, like, always the question of, like, why does the world exist if heaven is supposed to be the perfect place? So my first thought is, what is heaven supposed to be? How about we start there? Because, that's supposed to be the awesome thing.
I would make it so that
like
our primary source of light didn't give us cancer. That'd be a big one. I'd also make just more muffins in general. And I would put kiwis, the bird, not the fruit, in more places on the earth. That's really just focused on this planet. But I feel like those are good rules for the whole universe as well. More muffins, more kiwis, and non-carcinogenic stars.
I really just realized what I should be doing if I am this god. I should not make subjects. I should make more gods and have true equality in this creation. No gods, no masters, just a heavenly ocean of equality and democracy.
Freedom. You get some freedom up in here. Yeah, no, for sure. That'd be pretty cool. $5 from Squidward Q Sagan. Aaron, did your religious studies paper get published?
Which one? I've got a few things either that have been published, are soon to be published, or in review. So, all right, let me break down, because I get to gloat. So it was a couple years ago. My co-author Jonathan M.S. Pierce and I wrote our book about aliens and religion, basically a combination of science and theology talk, which was fun and awesome. I had a paper come out a couple months ago. I had two papers that came out a couple months ago. One was about the title of Morning Star that Jesus has in the book of Revelation in particular. Where does this title come from? And I think I've solved that mystery of that unusual title that everyone else just goes, we're not sure. And I had a paper that came out that basically proposed a new theory for where Moses got his name. And if I'm correct about that, it actually means that Moses was originally not a Jewish myth, but an Egyptian myth invented in the late 4th century BC. So like literally 1,000 years later than what he's supposed to be, and not of Jewish origin, but of Egyptian, and then was later imported into the Bible. I have another paper coming out. This is the math one I mentioned. So if you read the Exodus story and you see, hey, a lot of people left Egypt and went to the Holy Land. How many people? Well, the Bible literally has multiple censuses counting how many fighting age men there were, and it gives numbers in both censuses at over 600,000. Well, pretty conservative estimates say, well, if that's how many men there were, and they all have like wives, children, there's older people, there's other going along. It's like, wait a minute, something like 2.5 million or more people left Egypt to go into a country that has a carrying capacity of maybe 100,000, not even, but maybe. So people are just like, hey, maybe the word that means 1,000 doesn't actually mean 1,000. And a physicist had proposed a mathematical model to try to make sense of that. And I realized, well, I can do math too. And I realized, I can do a very basic statistical test of this hypothesis and show, nope, this ain't it, chief. And that, and also some other grammatical arguments showing, no, these numbers are demonstrably made up. I can show how they're made up, and I can show that the way they're made up is based on the source theory of how the Old Testament was created. So that's my paper, and that should be hopefully going live in the next few weeks. Now, I have another different paper related to New Testament studies that I talked about on a channel with Michael Beverly, a relatively newer YouTuber atheist channel. And the paper I submitted is basically how this early second century or mid-second century Christian apologist by the name of Justin Martyr tried to explain why all these other stories about gods and demigods sound so much like the Jesus story, including like rising from the dead and going to heaven. And his excuse about, this is just, demons imitating Jesus before he came to exist, which first off says, all right, so these myths were before Jesus. People arguing that the other people were copying this basically is put the lie to by this person. But also it's like, how does he actually justify this epistemology? And also realizing, he also says things here that basically show he's actually a straight up liar. And occasionally the mask slips and he doesn't even believe the stories he tells us about either.
Jesus. Love that.
Exactly.
Love that. Jesus indeed. Man.
All right. We apparently got a lot more comments to go through. So
We do.
let's try to hit this in overdrive.
If you want $10 from Sam Turnberg, how much will it cost to get Dr. Adair to tutor me on doing path integrals for a free complex scalar field? Lol. I love having the show on in the background while I do homework. Thanks, guys. Praise Sauron, JK.
All right. Well, first off, if Sauron is on your side, you're going to have a better chance of solving those path integrals than if I help you. That stuff is definitely tricky. And worse comes to worse, Wolfram Alpha. Basically, yes, Wolfram Alpha is a website with basically an earlier AI, but basically is built specifically for like interpreting math questions and dealing with rather hard math problems and solving them. It's a go-to tool for not just adding what's 3 + 5, but do an integral with this complex function from 1 to pi. And you wait there for 10 seconds and it does it for you. And you don't have to be like, if you use like a calculator and you have to get like all the parentheses right and all the notation correctly, this is a little bit more natural languagey, so it's easier to ask it math questions.
Huh. All right.
And it's free.
I will also check that out. My wife is finishing. She's doing her degree in mechanical engineering, and she is a couple semesters away from graduating with everything. So I was wanting to send her some resources, so I'll tune her into that as well.
Okay. Well, she may already be using something like that. If she uses Mathematica, it's the same creator. It's just a free and AI-ish driven version.
Okay. Yeah. No, we have actually used Mathematica in the past. That's great.
There you go. All right. $10 from Roger Wenzel. Thanks for an island of sanity in an insane world. Sorry. The snake thing is in my head.
Yeah. That's what we're here for. We're here to talk like snakes and help you stay sane. which may sound counterintuitive. That may sound like those things are contradictory, but they're not. They're not. The brevity, the funness of it all. $10 from Hypa. In chapter 2, God makes every animal, including birds, out of the ground. But in chapter 1, God makes every animal, including birds, out of the water. I call foul play. Nice.
What do you call two
I would have
crows sitting
said
next
that
to each
joke.
other?
An attempted murder? Yeah. I would have
Sir.
said that joke to that caller, but I'm afraid it would have flown right over his head. Yep,
All right.
that's what we're here for.
How about $4.99 from Derek Billings? Good job shutting down keto in Virginia in today's clip. I love taphonomy so much. My Star Wars OC Sith cosplay is Darth Taphos.
I don't know what those things are, but hell yeah, I know what taphonomy is. Did we post a clip today? I'm gonna see what's going on.
I think maybe it was with John Gleason on Godless Engineers channel. He had a clip with you. That might be it. And I just realized the reason I don't know that Star Wars character is the person specified it's an OC. It's his own original character.
Okay. That makes sense. $5 from Joshua Everett. I'm just now realizing how little sense it makes for Aquaman to be able to telepathically communicate with sharks, whales, squids, and octopi or octopodes. I mean, like, he could have done it verbally because, like, they live underwater, so it would have been like really good at traveling. He could have actually just used sound waves, you know? I don't know. Would have been better than shouting on land.
$9.99 from Life is Literary. What makes pronouns like Lord Master invalid as pronouns, but invented words like neopronouns valid as pronouns? Both are cases of words used in places of a noun or name, right? Hashtag good faith question. Well, fundamentally, all words are made up, so
Right.
it's all the same to me.
Yeah, Lord and Master are already words that already don't mean that. And so I would argue you're having a lot of a bigger issue than if someone was trying to use like a neopronoun like Z or Zim or whatever like that. They are trying like hell to articulate their personal feelings. And I don't know if I've ever met anyone who uses neopronouns that isn't incredibly patient with other people who are, you know, trying to adapt to that and trying to be respectful of them. I think what makes them valid, but makes things like Lord Master invalid, is that people who use bullshit words like that or attack helicopter, or whatever like that, this may be a good faith question. They are not giving a good faith argument. And you see it is very clearly meant to just poke fun at the idea that you are willing to be kind and accepting and respectful of people's differences and trying to make that out to be a bad thing and trying to antagonistically take advantage of that and say, well, you have to do any stupid fucking thing I tell you to do, otherwise I'm going to call you transphobic. And if you don't let me do that, then you have to accept me being transphobic. And that's just the dumbest fucking argument in the entire fucking world. So that's what makes those things invalid and what would make me raise a lot of questions and eyebrows at someone trying to even slightly earnestly validate those things. $5 from Crab. Okay, speaking of Jurassic Park, can we talk about the friggin' direwolf clones being born? We already did. Catch up.
Ooh. Will the direwolf clones be in the upcoming Jurassic Park film?
That's a good question.
T-Rex direwolf hybrid. Ooh. Okay, yeah. T-Rex direwolf hybrid as a pet for Scarlett Johansson in the upcoming film. I will watch the movie twice.
T-Rex direwolf hybrid just sounds like Gorgonopsids from the Permian. Check those guys out. Everybody go Google Gorgonopsid. They were a clade in the Permian that were basically fucking reptile wolves. They were freaky as all shit. I love them.
Oh, did we read that last one?
That one? I don't think we did.
The one that just went away. I don't think we read it.
Bring it back, you fuck. $5 Canadian from Snaky Boopface. I do like that profile picture. There's a corn snake. I like them. Hello, Forrest. Just saw your latest video. I'm glad. Everybody go check that out. We did I'll actually put it in the chat right now. I was tagged in a TikTok video of this poor young lady who was talking about how the theory of evolution was taught as a fact, not a theory in her school. And that's a big problem. And she said that she watched this other guy's podcast and he demonstrated why science is actually a religion and evolution is bad. And so I watched that fucking terrible podcast and I made this video about it. It's called When Creationism Becomes Conspiracy Theory. It's in the chat right now. And that dude from that podcast commented on my channel and talked about how all the atheists, he's gotten like over 100 messages now from all these terrible atheists coming and making fun of him after he just said some genuinely repugnant, horrible things and was shitty to people in his comment section under the very nice, I love you so much. That's how I know you're not actually trans because God couldn't have possibly made you trans type shit. By the by, speaking of my YouTube channel, if anybody's, how many people do we have watching right now? We've got 1.1 thousand people watching at this moment. I am currently at 299,226 subscribers at this moment. So there is still a chance, if you watching this, if you are not subscribed at this moment, there is still a chance for you to say that you were in my first 300,000. If you go subscribe right now, you can get me to 300K and say that you were there to do it. So like, if you want to be in that elite club, go check it out. It's a pretty cool thing to do. Galasia789 just put my channel down there for everybody to go click on. So go subscribe. That'd be really nice.
All right. So we got $4.99 from Nuzzy D. Hi, Forrest and Dr. Adair. I want to brush up on my math/science. What are some resources where I can get cheap textbooks? How about free?
Amazon? Oh, hey, I'll take free.
OpenStax is a place where professors will go and actually basically create textbooks. It's something I've used when I was still teaching physics at the college level. And honestly, so many, like, if you get, like, I was just thinking if I had a physics book real close by, but, like, most of the ones you're going to get for, like, your Physics 101 class, either algebra or calculus level, they're virtually all the same. The only difference is what are the problems that you have to solve in each chapter, which means you're basically spending, like, hundreds of dollars to find out which questions the professor might ask you, which is even less likely if they're using things like Mastering Physics or other online tools. So it's just like, no, you're just carrying this like 50-pound brick of money that you can't sell back. So free sources for that stuff is way, 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 way better. And like I say, OpenStax will have a lot of at least undergrad level materials. For graduate level stuff, it might be harder to find that way. But yeah, Amazon used books, or if you can, college or university libraries will have those sorts of things on the stacks, and it costs nothing to go in and read the text there. So those are some of the most immediate options I could think of.
That's my big thing as well. I talk about, I usually say Amazon either used or just get like one edition behind because it's the exact same fucking material, just in a slightly different order so they can charge you more money. Also, OpenStax is great. This is like, I just bought this psychology book from OpenStax. It was $40. And this is a great introductory bio book or a psychology book that I use for some stuff. Also, LibreText. There's biology and chemistry and everything like that on LibreTexts that you can also do completely for free. So those are some great ones. You didn't say LibreText, did you? Am I repeating you?
I did not.
I don't think you did.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't a complete asshole. Yes.
Nope.
Check out LibreText and check out OpenStax. Those are the best ones. $4.99 from Nuzzy D. A joke without a punchline. How do the Finnish people ever know when they're done? I'm into it.
Well, they go too far north, and then someone up there says, Norway.
Nice.
$4.99 from Mangle03. I agree.
$4.99 from Jamnico6. You don't remember saying $20 chats that just say you suck? We even had to misspell it for YouTube to allow it. I think after like a couple people talked about it and I think I remember saying something like, no, don't send us super chats. But I think I do remember saying that, but man, it had been so long and that was such a stupid fucking thing that I said for no reason. How could I possibly have remembered that? You lunatics.
All right, $4.99 from Nuzzy D. As an ex-Reform Jew, the biggest part of my deconstruction was breaking Zionism from Judaism and understanding that modern Zionism is fascism with a kippah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, there's unfortunately a lot of truth for that. Man, I really want world peace and all that, but when it comes to finding solutions that everyone can be happy with, it's just so hard to. I mean,
and
the whole reason Israel existed. Yeah, I mean, the whole reason Israel existed was that Jews tried integrating in the countries they're in, and maybe for a generation or two it works, but for whatever reason, anti-Semitism comes around. It's just like, you know what? It'd be a really good thing to use these people as a scapegoat. So, after a couple thousand years of that, it makes sense to say, hey, maybe we need to live someplace where people aren't going to scapegoat us every other generation. And now what happens? Well, the shit that happens with ethno-states. So I don't know any good solutions.
That's the thing. Like, I am all for like having safe places and like trying to move forward. I'm not all for ethno-states. I'm not all for apartheid, and I'm absolutely not for genocide. And that's kind of like been the package deal for the past 75 years. And as we said earlier, wrapping this up as like a national identity versus a racial identity versus a religious identity to a point where I think what gets me the most about it is, like, as Americans, like, the most American thing I know is criticizing the government. I can't think of any one politician that fully, summarizes my values and my ideals. And when people say that they know of a politician that 100% aligns with everything they believe in, I think that person probably isn't thinking very hard. And so, like, I think that criticizing a government is the most American thing in the world, and yet when we criticize this other government of a foreign country, of a different place, somewhere else, now all of a sudden we can't separate that from criticizing that entire country or the people of that country or all the people of the ethnicity of that country or religion of that country. Give me a fucking break. Like, there's no way. You are deliberately trying not to think if that is what you are doing. And so just like, I don't know, man, I'm pretty grumpy about it. By the by, for all of yous out there, they just released that footage, the cell phone footage of one of the medics that was murdered. They had the Red Crescent caravan of ambulances with lights and sirens going, clearly marked ambulances, clearly showing that they are ambulances, and they are stopped by the IDF, who then open fire on them, murder everyone inside, and bury all of those medics in a mass grave, along with the ambulances that they push in there with fucking bulldozers, and later on went to say that they were suspicious and they were driving without lights and sirens and they were clearly some sort of terrorist. The footage, the cell phone footage of one of those people that was killed was just found. This guy recorded it and the phone was in his pocket still, and it shows that once a fucking again, the most moral army in the world deliberately murdered a bunch of fucking medics, deliberately attacked aid caravans, deliberately attacked aid workers, deliberately killed people who were there to deliver humanitarian aid and try to save lives. This is genocide. And if you don't agree with that and you think that this is somehow justifiable, call the motherfucking show next time I'm on. And I will happily disabuse you of the notion that killing 50,000 people is a safe and reasonable form of self-defense. Whole other thing. Get me started. $9.99 fun to spin around like that. From Mangel03, what does the Bible specifically say about the soul before we were born? Can't we can't choose our parents is the key to my non-belief. I don't know, actually. I genuinely don't know if it has any specific things about that. I know it says something about like God knew you before you were born and God knit you in the womb or something like that, but I don't know what it says about souls specifically.
My understanding is that at least one of the general concepts is you aren't really alive or ensouled until you are breathing, until you basically have the breath of life.
I've heard that as far as
so
alive. I didn't know that's how to souls.
So I think actually like the word for both like wind and soul is related. So nephesh in biblical Hebrew at least. So it's the same word for like soul and for breath or for wind. So it's really strongly related in that way. And that whole I knew ye in the womb beforehand, that was specific though to just like one prophet. I think to Jeremiah, if memory serves. So that isn't even saying like this is true for everyone. This is true for God's special little boy.
Gotcha.
But I don't want to speak too conclusively because, as the saying goes, 2 rabbis, 3 opinions.
Yeah, for sure. $5 from Cursed Chaos. My previous super chat. I'm an anarchist. What do you expect? I get it. I get you.
I expect you to get in line.
Damn right.
Yeah. $20 from Gnorp Florbson. What does science call when it's not part of our biology, but it's part of our cultural evolution, like Glass's only family of ravens? Ship of Theseus type thing, might as well be part of them. Are there names for it?
Look up an introductory concept of especially cultural anthropology of dualisms. Separating culture from nature is a very human thing to do, but different humans and different people have different lines that they draw. And so like cultural evolution, there's a whole field of like human environmental interactions and how cultural evolution plays into biological evolution, as I talked about. And one of the other calls, I think it was the same one as earlier with Maureen, about like a niche construction, how our culture inevitably changes the niche that we live in and causes us to then evolve in a new way. So Ship of Theseus type thing, kinda. But even if you're going to say, like, here's this definitive line where nature is now separated and this is now all culture, you are still creating selection pressures based on that. Take, for example, one-child policies or cultures that will kill female babies because they want more sons, or cultures that value a particular kind of hunting that not everybody's good at, or a particular kind of technological complex that not everybody's good at that they need for survival, social hierarchy, social statuses, socioeconomic status, power, gender, all of these things still play as selection pressures and are very much culturally driven.
All right. $10 from Motherfucker Jones. For both of you, what's the worst argument for theism you've ever heard? Most nonsensical. Forrest, what do you say?
It's genuinely tough. I think the shit of it is, I'm going to sit here and say something, and then I'm going to come up with one later that I wish I had said. And I'm having a hard time with it. Because there have been some that actually, I think the dumbest one I've ever heard was that evolution is impossible. By the way, this comes from a person who promised he would call in today and didn't. So the idea that evolution is impossible and therefore naturally God is the only other solution, because it's all based on the either or fallacy. Because in order for evolution to have happened, in order for that there are males and females, and that means that a man would have had to have evolved, and then in his 80-year lifetime, a woman would have had to have evolved as well. And that's improbable. That couldn't have happened. And then it not only happened in humans, but in bears, whales, every other species that has sexual dimorphism, that males and females would have had to have evolved at the same time. and that can't happen. That makes no sense. That, I think, is probably the dumbest argument against evolution, and therefore, by proxy, for theism that I've heard. But that's just the one that's coming to my mind right now. What are you thinking?
The only thing that was coming to my mind is the kind of non-argument that it's just like obvious, man, that there has to be a God. And where it's just left at that it's just like obvious, which means like there's no argument that it's just like the most fleeting version of an intuition. And how do you even have a discussion at that point? I don't know if that's necessarily like the worst or most nonsensical, but it's the one that just seems the most unproductive.
Yeah. Look at the trees and shit. That, or honestly, I think, because I've heard this a lot, genuinely people have said, a fool says in their heart there's no God, and said that authoritatively as if I would be like, fuck, you're right. I guess I can't say that anymore. I get like that. I think might be the most nonsensical. Just literally like, well, I think that it's dumb to say that. Oh, okay. Fuck me, man. I guess I won't do this anymore. Like, 10 Canadian dollars from D20, who just says thanks. Thank you for the colorful ass money.
$5 from Mr. Kiki1. I'm pretty sure the situation for direwolves is in the name.
I do like that.
Doggone it.
And our very last super chat, $4.99 from Aiden the Pyro Jedi. Took me a second. There's a lot of swoops in that word. Hi, Forrest. Been watching you for a long time and just wanted to say, have you ever heard of Jesus? I haven't. Can you explain him to me? I don't know what that is. Is that like some sort of a band? What's going on with that? I don't know. We'll have to pick it up later. It sounds too complicated for right now. That's the show, y'all. Sorry about it.
Sorry is my middle name. No, my parents were better than that.
There you go. But barely. Aaron, condolences, Adair. Thank you so much for hosting with me.
Forrest, apology never accepted. Valkai, always good to be on with you.
Yeah, dude, most definitely. We'll do it again sometime. How about Sunday? You free?
I'll look into it, yeah.
Yeah, make it happen.
And hopefully,
really
these
quick
various
go
wonderful
away.
patrons will be able to help.
Yes. Thank you to the people who watched. Thank you to Fire Halo. Thank you to Stephanie Helms. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you to our call screeners. Thank you to Amargan for doing the producing thing. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.